Check 1 2. Check. Ugh. Where the fuck are we at now? I had some dying calls yesterday. The account is good. Just a heads up to you out there. I'm dragging ass a little bit here. I'm not gonna lie. Not my neighbor, but like a street away from where I live, someone left their dog out all night long last night. Whew. And I would try to go to sleep at like about 1 in the morning last night. This dog, like by like 1:32, he was out. This dog barked all night long. And I mean, he was still barking this morning. Like every dude I know in my neighborhood called each other this morning. We were like, what the fuck? I was like, I don't know, man. The worst part about this is where I live. They're not kind to dogs. I don't know if the laws reflect how bad it was here at one time where everyone had to have a dog. But if your dog is out barking after 10 p.m., it takes 2 weeks. And you have to, like, they require you to document it and try to attempt to approach the neighbor. I'm like, you don't approach the fucking neighbor. I don't know. My wife this morning was like, you should not go on the show today. She's like, you don't look good. So if I don't look good right now, it's because I've like woken up, taken a shower, everything. It doesn't matter. Dude, I was on the phone with like all my homeboys, like all my neighborhood guys that live in the neighborhood. We're like, what the fuck is going on last night? I even did the old boomer thing. I went outside at like 3 a.m., 3 in the morning, and I was like, shut that effing dog up. I can't go. I want to say steal it. Like I want to go get the dog, of course. But you can't. They'll shoot you. And Detroit's kind of place where you will catch a haircut if you hang out in the barbershop, you're gonna get a haircut. If you don't hang out in the barbershop, you're fine. But it's like it reminds me of old school cities. I don't know if any of you are old out there, but I mean, I'm fine with it. I grew up in a city when I was young, so I'm used to this to an extent. I know what to and what not to do, or at least stay out of trouble. Doing bad and nefarious things. Anyways, just a few things here. I had some spy calls on yesterday on the account. They looked like shit yesterday. I mean, they looked bad. They were not pretty. I closed them this morning, just as a heads up. And then I sold some Ford call, or I sold a Ford call because we only own 100 shares. So I sold one Ford call today. I think it was for like $1.20 or something. I'll look at it, but it expires, I think, on the 27th. 1250C, just a heads up out there. Now, I think I get paid that right away, right? So I get to collect $120. The account right now is up to $3,177. I think it should be up more. I don't. Maybe that money doesn't show in this Robinhood account right away as a credit, but I should be able to take payment. I don't sell many options on Robinhood. I sell options on Tasty, so we'll see. I'm not that familiar with Robinhood, as Like I think I had to like change. I think a week or two ago I changed the account to be able to sell options too. I did some work on that. So just a heads up on Ford. I did sell a call, so selling options. The account right now is at I think it's more than 32. I think it's like $3,400. I think we've put a total of $2,000 in or something like that. It's been up and down, up and down. There's good days and bad days. Now, outside of that, I think I'm waiting on some cash to deploy or whatever. Maybe another day or two or something like that on Robinhood. I think we still have another couple highs before. We'll look at it this morning. We'll look at the whole market. Now, yesterday, let's talk about this. Let's do an after action as to what the price action this morning. So, yesterday in the close, we opened doors lower into that bell yesterday. And there was no hook higher. It wasn't like we went down there and swept up in the after hours or anything like that. It looked nice and good to go down this morning. Now, I did a brief last night, and I actually rewrote the brief 3 times, I think, last night. I wrote the brief, then I wrote it again, then I wrote it again, and I kept looking at it last night, and the final one that I put out last night, I made 1 or 2 comments about the market is being accumulated. And not only is the market being accumulated, but last week, I'll show it to you right now. I was going to put it in the brief last night, and I didn't. But last week, like Dow Jones was showing an up move, a big one, and it got sucked down Thursday, Friday, but not below its support. It got sucked down on like the Thursday and Friday bloodbath and SPY. But it didn't show new lows underneath the surface of the market. And then like Friday, it started ripping faces off. Like it's like Dow Jones, like it was supposed to print that like a day before. Took an extra day, printed on Friday. And last night when I was looking at IWM and Dow Jones Industrial Average, they're both showing just up today in a significant way. Whereas SPY and Qs looked like they wanted to get dragged down this morning before going higher. And not showing a big roll all the way to the downside just yet. Not only that, there's probably one more high or 2 up here. See all this up here? This all needs to be hit, and then this hasn't been hit either, 702.50. So there's a lot of mixed, like, there's a lot of like, every day when I'm looking, there's mixed shit. There's like, I'm like, yeah, I can make this argument, and I can make that argument for both. And what really sucks is that we're in this range. I'm looking here, we're at this, like, this was the 9th, 10th, 11th. Today's the 11th, so 3 days in this range. And then you're kind of stuck waiting for lows or a high over 700, right, or 7,000 or whatever. Let's go look at this really quick. This is kind of weird too, is I was reading some commentary this morning saying, and we got to talk about the numbers. And I think I mentioned this a couple times too with the numbers, which was, on the one hand, you're expecting this bad data on jobs, unemployment, employment, but on the other hand, they talked about it in ADP last week, and Cock, Balls, and Hawkish or something, whatever that company is called, Challenge or Deep. And Trump earlier this week said the numbers were good with labor. I did notice on Wall Street Bets they brought that data up yesterday. They made a post about it, about that wonky ass data. And then last night I posted some commentary from UBS versus what Wolf Richter had to say in the Discord. So we got a lot to go over. we have a lot to go over. And not only that, in like simplistic terms, let's look at something really quick. Let's start with this. Where do we start? Hold on here. Let's go to bear with me. I'm not hungover or anything. I'm just like extremely tired. So just bear with me this morning. If I get stinky or oh, by the way, another thing, just as a side note, two things we got to talk about. We got some few house cleaning things we have to do. So let's put this back in here for you. So we're kind of stuck in this range right here. This is closing the gaps from this morning. We'll give the bulls another chance down here or whatever. We got some housekeeping stuff that I have not addressed, and have not addressed, but we also need to address some of the stuff too. Some of this housekeeping stuff we have to address. Yesterday, I made some commentary inside of the Discord that we were hyper aware of what's going on with. Do we start with that? Yeah, we'll start with the Discord stuff. So we were aware. I was aware, and our developers and team members were aware of the Discord controversy that took place. A couple days ago. And this is with biometrics, and we want to know if you're an adult or a child or whatever with the content that you're consuming. And Discord had a data breach a year or two ago. I think it was a year ago or something, doing that same shit, getting people's IDs, stuff like that. So there was a huge public outcry over the week, earlier this past week. So I just want you to know that I'm aware if you're watching or whatever. I'm hyper aware of it. Now there's some stuff about this. Discord came out yesterday, said that it is in fact going to be like the YouTube age verification process. This is going on across the internet. Now, you've heard my opinion on this. I kind of am pro know who I'm talking to in the internet in these days. You know, am I arguing with a 16-year-old about whether this is the best Marvel movie or not? I'd like to know that. I don't want to be crushing some 16-year-old kid or the perspective that they're coming from. I'd leave that kid alone. You know what I mean? And there's no kid that wants to argue with me either, maybe, but maybe they don't have a dad or something. But at any rate, I am in agreement with this being anti the way they're doing it, right? You know, they want our data, they want to sell it. It's nefarious. It's not in the best interest of everybody. But I got to say that Discord's the flip of this is that Discord did say that they clarified yesterday that it is going to be like the YouTube process. So if you're out there, that's kind of like the Pornhub thing when they removed all those videos, you know, of Pornhub removed a bunch of videos where they couldn't confirm who someone was. Everyone still watches YouTube. I want you to know that people watch YouTube everywhere, all over Reddit, everywhere. I have had a run-in with age verification with YouTube at one point. And then it went away. It was like requiring me to watch a video, upload my ID, and then it didn't. It didn't. And what I found out was that my daughter was using my YouTube account on another terminal regularly, and I was not. So I had like a history all of a sudden of watching kids stuff. Now, what I do want to say about Discord is this. And I want to talk about this. I probably shouldn't talk about this, but publicly, but I'm going to, because I have kids and they use Discord, their own Discord, and there are adults that try to come into these Discord channels that my kids hang out in, playing games, and so it does matter to me. Some of this age verification stuff, but on the flip side of this, just like YouTube, 99% of you out there are never going to be asked for age verification in Discord unless they think you're a child. So we're going to continue to monitor this. I have a sneaking suspicion, because our Discord is not geared towards adults only or adult only content. There aren't kids in our Discord either. It's just adults. There's no 12-year-old kids hanging out in our Discord. So my suspicion here is that no one should either not be able to see content in our Discord and never be asked for identification. I mean, 99% of our community will never be asked for that verification. Now, if you're elsewhere in other Discords, I can't say you won't. If you're a Discord user and you encounter that, it won't be in our Discord. So if you're like, hey, I got asked for my ID the other day, and I know what goes on here. I know that there's gooning and stuff like that. I know that there's anime stuff that goes on. I'm hyper aware of this stuff. So if you're ever hey, I got asked for an ID, it's not in our Discord. Now, if that changes, if at any point, let's say our members in our Discord en masse are being asked for ID or whatever, we have begun the process of having the ability to migrate, if needed, to a new community platform. So I just want you to know that there is a backup. Now, that backup, you don't want to jump into that. It's very time-consuming and costly. And not only that, most of these other platforms that host communities are not built to make a jump. So as of right now, I want you to understand that we are monitoring this. We do care. And there's no fucking way possible that I'm down for everybody in our Discord to be providing biometric data to Discord. Now, let's say you belong to Discord, other Discord channels, and that could potentially, they could ask you for, hey, are you a child or an adult? Because of the content that's there. There are workarounds for you. I know that people are. So just a few things, and there's one last top line thing on that. If Discord comes down draconian and not like YouTube, most of you out there that watch YouTube probably have not been ID checked, is my point. If you're watching YouTube videos out there and you've never been ID checked, that shit rolled out last year. There was pitchforks and there was torches. If you haven't had to run into that, then you should have nothing to worry about on Discord. If you have run into that, you're likely have children, or you're doing nefarious things of some kind, which I don't want to get into or make accusations or whatever, because I get you guys have your own lives. I understand that. And I don't trust Discord, and I don't trust YouTube, and I don't trust any of these other companies. You've heard me say this before. I think that there should be some kind of a group like the IP address group, that's neutral around the world and hands out and allocates IP addresses, something like that for bare minimum identification that someone is who they say they are, especially in the day and age of bots today. Bots, astroturfing, you name it. There's nefariousness all over the internet. We can't have nice things anymore. Everything's been shitified. That dream is the same as me dreaming to have that identification thing. And all of these companies are doing it. They're all doing it. They're all doing it so they can get credit card processing. They're doing it so they can get IPO. They're doing it so they can get insured. They're doing it so they can get advertisers. They're all doing it. So you're basically telling yourself, we got to go to Telegram, or we got to go to, some other fucking, some other underground B-board type situation. So I just want you to be aware. We are monitoring it. I do have developers that work with us. So it's not like it's going to be something that's not happening. We're doing this actively in the background. We were in meetings all day long about it yesterday. So that's that shit out of the way. The next thing out of the way, I went and looked at some studios for the new show. They did not work out. I had problems with heating and electricity and all kinds of nonsense. One of the places I looked at was outstanding. It was fucking awesome, and it didn't have the right power. I was going to have to like do some work that the owner did not want done in this commercial space. So I did find one though. It does need built out. I have construction guys coming this week. They're supposed to show up. So I should be able to get this place built out quickly for that show. So on the note on like, are we going to do some kind of a stock show? Yes, we are. And I have a building. I did eventually get one. So that's all the housekeeping type stuff that I wanted to go over with you guys. We've gone over the account, the Robinhood account. What else do we want to go over this morning? Okay. So let's go over a few things here. We're coming back down into this closure here, right? We have this upside move right here. We're trying to come down and sweep the lows and see if we can go higher. We're gonna get into the employment, unemployment data. I do want to highlight something though, which is in a time right now where there is absolutely not only misinformation, some of it is nefarious and some of it is not, and some of it is like right down to reporters. I was reading like this like Discord thing yesterday, and like Kokoto or whatever like really went off the deep end, and then they tried to cover yesterday about Discord. It was all sizzle what they first reported about Discord, and then it came back to the realm of reality yesterday. And it also makes me, yesterday I made some comments yesterday about reporters, journalists, just referencing social media for fucking information. And then you, of course, have more nefarious characters that know where we are in information today, and they are wielding the blood and the sizzle and the emotions and in the news, and it's glaring. I see it everywhere. It's glaring. Even when like no matter what the topic is, someone will have to be like they'll have the right argument, but then they're citing just garbage data. Instead of citing something that's real, they're citing stuff that is just being pumped out for your consumption. I want you to know that if like information goes away over time or disappears or somehow fixes itself and you're moving on to the next thing, means you were part of a psyop, basically. And I want to discuss this because yesterday, UBS, now these are smart street people, right? They made some commentary yesterday where they said, I'm going to read it to you. Let me read this to you. UBS yesterday saying sales at retail. The headline was retail, and this is leading up into the data today and the data on Friday. Let's see if we can close this. See if we can close this up in here. Close this gap up. Maybe we can get another long. So they said yesterday, retail sales disappoint below projections. Now that's the key statement right there. Retail sales disappoint below projections. Sales at retail and food service stores were flat over the month in December, much weaker than the 0.4% expected by consensus. Prior months were revised down. That sounds horrible, right? Prior months were revised down. Sounds horrible. A cumulative of negative 0.1%, excluding autos headline sales, were flat, and excluding gasoline sales were flat too. Sales at the control group of stores, which will feed into BEA's estimates for GDP, fell minus 0.01% over the month in December, and again softer than the 0.4% expected by consensus. Prior months revised down by a cumulative of minus 0.4% overall. this implies a softer pace of spending out of 2025. UBS expected residual seasonality would drive today's report, and that seems to be the case. The profile for spending this year has been similar to that of 2014, with the same calendar setup. That sounds pretty dire, doesn't it? This is coming from UBS. If I had told you this morning that that data that came out yesterday for retail sales was some of the best in history, some of the best, and then we seasonally adjust it to spread it out over the weakest part of the year, which is post holidays. So in fact, the data that came out this month for retail sales was the best in history. And then we smooth it out to cover potentially bad months in this seasonality of this time of year. So this is contra to what was said yesterday by the Zeitgeist. Or now you've got the Zeitgeist regurgitating this stuff from people like UBS. You have like UBS spinning, selling sizzle, then you read it, you regurgitate it, and no one bothers to go look at the actual data. So yesterday, Wolf Richter put out an article about this. Closing the gap right now on SPY. This is the overnight gap right here. Let's see if this turns around or not. Coming into the hourly trigger right now as well. Don't do anything here. There could be some dragon ass in here. Come down here, make a new low, and then something else over here. So don't touch it. Just let it be. Don't touch it. So let me read to you the counter argument to that data from retail sales yesterday. Not seasonally adjusted, retail sales spiked by $80 billion, the most for any December ever in history. Seasonal adjustments gone awry. They whacked $82 billion off December sales, by far the most ever. Not seasonally adjusted, retail sales spiked by $80 billion in December from November. So let me ask you that question. We don't have to go any fucking further. The spin yesterday that was that retail sales were bad. Some of the worst since 2014. But in fact, that's not true. The numbers were used to lie yesterday. And what's even crazier is the next seasonally adjusted reports are going to be all over the place as well. It's kind of insane. So not seasonally adjusted, retail sales spiked by $80 billion in December from November, by far the biggest ever November to December increase, $817 billion, the most ever. And for the first time ever exceeding $800 billion. It was driven in part by the $24 billion spike in e-commerce sales. Whoa, we getting a turn here? Hello. Go back to the main screen here. We're in a big ass bull trap right now. Not bull trap, bull flag right now. Just a heads up. Now listen to this closely. It was driven by $24 billion spike in e-commerce sales. The biggest month-to-month spike ever to $166 billion. The most e-commerce sales ever by far, accounting for over 20% of total retail sales for the first time ever. But oh no, the tapped out consumer. Yeah, you know the tapped out consumer? You know, the consumer that doesn't have any money, can't drive the economy. You know, the consumer, we're going to go into a recession. That consumer, right? Wolf goes on to say in the headlines today, retail sales were flat in December on, quote, disappointing holiday season or whatever. That was due to massive seasonal adjustments. And they seem to have gone awry just a little this December, thereby skewing the seasonally adjusted results. Year over year, so compared to the strong December last year, retail sales not seasonally adjusted increased by 3.8%. That's the biggest year over year increase in 3 months and slightly higher than year over year increase of annual retail sales at 3.7%. Huge seasonal adjustment factors are used. Listen to this part closely. You don't know anything about seasonally adjusted numbers. It kind of like acts as a smoother. You might get like a spike in December and then a dump in. Like December's a good way to look at this. Like you have a bunch of holiday buying, and then the next month, people stop spending retail, so they try to smooth it out for you, so it's not such a shock for your consumption. Huge seasonal adjustment factors are used to reduce December sales and to increase January and February sales with the purpose of leveling them out. So the idea here is to not freak you out. Now, of course, what we're doing is we're showing the seasonal adjustments to make it look bad. The intent is to lie. Within a 12-month time frame, seasonal adjustments sum up to zero. And in December, the seasonal adjustments were huge, whacking $82 billion off the not seasonally adjusted sales. By far the biggest whack down ever to get seasonally adjusted sales down to $735 billion. The December whack down of not seasonally adjusted sales to a seasonally adjusted sales was $82 billion. It's massive. This is telling you that the economy is fucking strong. And no one wants to tell you that. The seasonal adjustment factor is supposed to account for seasonal variations caused by such things as weather, holiday gift buying, and other factors, and importantly, differences in the number of trading days, which exclude weekends and holidays. But the trading days have become less and less meaningful as e-commerce operates 24/7. E-commerce was the biggest category. Listen to this closely so you can see how people's behaviors actually are. The trading days have become less and less meaningful as e-commerce operates 24/7. E-commerce was the biggest category in December by far, accounting for 20.2% of total retail sales, the most ever. And in many states, even brick and mortar retailers are open 7 days a week. Though in some states or counties, blue laws restrict some retailers on Sundays, such as alcohol retailers or motor vehicle dealers. The Census Bureau's X13 ARMA seats software program calculates these seasonal adjustment factors based on numerous historical data points. And in months with huge seasonal adjustment factors, such as December, even small misses skew the seasonally adjusted results enough to move the needle. And in the comments, someone said, based on the patterns of the chart, it appears the next monthly retail sales will be way low. And Wolf's response was, it will plunge by about 20 to 22% from December typically. And then huge seasonal adjustments will make it jump. January is going to look strong, seasonally adjusted. January. And everyone will be surprised. It's going to go fucking vertical in January. So you have this attempt to try to smooth out this data And on the back end of this data, January, even though it won't be as high as December, is going to look out of range. And so the question becomes, how is that spun in January? Still heading lower here. No longs here yet. Just waiting to see if there's a turnaround here. You know what they look like. Daily trigger sits at 688.93. Watch closely down here. How's Ford looking? Oh, yeah, very nice. I'm selling calls against Ford right now. Go down, Ford. Go down. Down. More. Down. I need you to go down a little bit more. A little bit more. I only have $9 on that count of buying power. That sucks. I guess I'm going to have to do it on my own account. Fucking small accounts suck balls. They're not cool. What do we call it? Turtle trades? That shit sucks. Yeah, fade NFP an hour after, right? That's the old school rule, right? Okay, so data right now is fucking crazy. And this isn't even stuff that's hard to look up. I mean, this is not rocket science. It's not just this data. It's everywhere. I know that, like, even myself, past few weeks, I started staying away from social media this year, and part of last year. The past 2 weeks, I've even put Reddit into that category. It's not just Reddit. It's like Twitter, Reddit, BluesSky, you name it. I can't be on those platforms anymore. I feel like I go there, I get anywhere I go, it doesn't matter where I go, I get angry. Then I go to the next thing and I'm angry. Then I go to the next thing and I'm angry. And the same thing here with this data. I'm angry. Like, this retail sales stuff pisses me the fuck off. And let's look at what the data came in this morning. I looked at it earlier and it was not what, it's not even, it's so out of whack, it's not even funny. The forecast on non-farm payrolls, 40,000. I almost made a bunch of commentary, like jokes on this. Like, supposedly you're supposed to be declaring all of your Zelle and Cash App things, or you're gonna get you're gonna trigger a fucking audit this year. I was like, you're gonna be auditing poor people for selling their buddy $500. They're not doing that to rich people. I assure you of that. But then I was thinking to myself, I was gonna make some fucking shitty troll meme thing. Is the White House going to the fucking BLS and saying, "Well, that's a job. You sold $500. You sold an old lawnmower on Zelle. That's a fucking job. It's taxable. It's a job." Hold on, I'll bring that back over here. I'm serious. And Trump did come out earlier this week and said, "I have a feeling." He was quoted this week. I saw it. I read it. He goes, I have a feeling that the labor number is going to be good this week. And I was like, oh God, please don't do this. And this morning, the forecast for non-farm payrolls was 40,000. The previous was 48. The consensus was 70. Came in at 130,000. We'll talk about that here in a minute. The unemployment rate, the forecast was 4.5%. The actual was 4.3%. The previous was 4.4%. Now, last month I argued with you guys about the employment situation, and I was told to fuck off. I saw it in the comments. Not in the Discord. I saw it on the main chat. And I was trying to discuss the employment, unemployment data and where we are in data. And yesterday we listened to Hammock speaking about employment and unemployment. And she was being fairly honest yesterday. I thought the data this morning was going to come in bad. The data was going to come in hot. That they were using that funny math that ADP and this other fucking Challenger shit that says they don't use the same shit as ADP, which they're lying. So this morning that data is in line with what Hammock was saying yesterday, and that of course goes against the zeitgeist as well. So we're going to spend a minute here talking about the K-shaped economy once again, just so you have it again, so you can understand this concept, which is multifold. And no one wants to hear this. I know that. I know that this doesn't sell newspapers. And not only that, I know that there's anger from the bottom 15%, real anger, justifiably so. I also know that the middle is angry too, because they're looking at the Joneses above them. But you have to have some reality here. And this is like the housing data. I posted inside the Discord a couple weeks ago. Someone was saying the boomers shut the door on kids. That's not true. That's not true. I know it's used as an argument or discussion and all that kind of stuff, but just the data doesn't support that. We have the highest number of college-aged graduate, highest number between 25 and 35 years old, homeowner percentage in history. That's true. The data supports that. What really sucks right now is that the bottom 15% is not doing better than they were going back to 2015. They're doing worse and worse and worse and worse. They're not doing well. And those people are angry. Rightfully so. Now, this is the bottom 15%. And the way that media and social media is today, they get the bullhorn. And I understand why they're angry. They are being left behind. Things are getting really hard for that class of person in our country. Now, you have that. And then you have the middle. In the middle, this is going to piss you off too, probably. The most of you watching the show are probably in the middle, if not higher. But the middle is doing better than they've ever done in history since 2015, believe it or not. Even 2018, they're doing better than they've ever done in history. They're better off, period. End of story. There's no argument here. Now, there is a problem. We are in a K-shaped economy. So, like the top 15%, it is glaring how well they are doing. Glaring. And the middle is pissed about that. The middle is better off, but they're really angry at groups that are above them. I didn't know this was going on in the background, this calendar alert. No wonder. I need to mute that. I was wondering where this was coming from. Mute that fucking tab. There you go. That wasn't coming from Discord. That's the same alert as Discord. Let's see if we can see this turnaround up here. See if this stuff starts turning around or not. Don't do anything right now. Just hang tight. So now you've got the bottom 15% worst off ever, screaming with a mouthpiece. Then you've got the middle. And I've always said this about the middle too, is like everyone hates inflation. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. Everyone hates it. They don't like it. They never will. They hate it. That same person will never tell you if they're doing better though either. They'll never like admit, I hate inflation, but I'm making money to account for that inflation. That makes sense? And today's numbers are fairly decent on wages that came out this morning. But they're never going to admit that to you. These people will never admit that to you. There's something else going on here too that I don't hear it spoken about oftentimes or often. I remember as we were coming out of the COVID lockdown, I saw signs for jobs for entry-level workers, $30 per hour. And I still see them today. As a matter of fact, I hire still today, like laborers. When I need one, I'll hire a laborer. You have to pay them minimum $20 to $30 per hour today. People that labor, you have to. I saw asphalt workers for not just an asphalt crew. Off the top of my head, I remember it was $30 an hour just to start. No experience, just show up. And this is where I live. I live in one of the cheapest places in the country. So why does that matter? It matters because pre-COVID, bottom of the barrel worker was making $10 an hour, maybe 15 if they were lucky. So there's that going on too, where you're used to making $10 to $15 an hour, and then all of a sudden you're making 30, and you're not getting ahead. And so there's that anger too. It's not just like I'm doing worse off than I've ever been, or I'm in the middle and the people above me are doing better. But there's also this idea that, hey, now I'm making $30 an hour and I'm not feeling like I'm getting the $30 an hour versus the 10 or 15 I was making. I should be double better off. And that's going on too with people. So people are furious about that too. Yet their quality of life is slightly better. It's not as good as that should be in their perception of making $10 to now $30 per hour. So that's kind of a hard pill to swallow, isn't it? Can't say for a minute that you shouldn't be angry. You can't say that this isn't frustrating for most people. It really, truly is. But you have to understand where it comes from too. And like, if you understand that or accept that stuff, things begin to make more sense. And looking at this retail sales numbers, if you go into that article from Wolf from yesterday, people are asking questions, pointed questions. Like, so is the consumer in a bad place? No. Is the consumer spending money? Yes. Is the consumer pissed off? Fuck yeah. They can be both. It's okay to be both. And are there people out there that are not have a better quality, actually don't have a better quality life? Hey, I'm in the 15%, bro. That really is a matter of, in our system, you have to look for other work. You have to look for cheaper apartments. Matter of fact, I was looking at buildings. I was looking at buildings this past couple weeks to rent for the studio, and the rents were negotiable. The asks were kind of high, and I didn't bow down. I was like, that's not the right price. And you have to be like that in life too. Be able to say, I want more money, or I want to pay less rent, or wait to buy a car in the right time, or, you know what I mean? Those things you have to do as an adulting. So that you're not in that group as best as possible. Now, these retail sales do not match up with the idea that, what did ADP put out last week? This is the other side of it. We're going to switch back to the employment side of this. in the K-shaped economy. What did ADP and this other challenger fuckface and balls do last week? They said that the unemployment situation was the worst since the Great Depression, the bottom of it. You know, and market, of course, knee jerked down on that data, right? But we know that data is not real. And these retail sales from how can we be at the worst time in history for unemployment, and then we have retail sales being the best in history, the best. Is any of this jiving with you? It's not jiving with me. It really isn't. We're being told extreme messaging right now, and we're being told lies along the way with it too. I read to you that UBS thing. Basically, it said it was the worst since 2014. Economy is horrible. And we repeat this stuff, don't we? And it's not just us. Journalists repeat this shit. They regurgitate it. And then you're like, hey, that journalist over there must be telling the truth. I have to trust the journalist. So you got like the data that comes out that's easily searchable. Nobody fucking bothers. You got the banks lying to you. And then you got a journalist that's not researching this stuff. They just go to fucking social media and regurgitate it. And then you are out there as a functioning member of society and you're screaming about what angers you. And I'm doing the same thing. And we don't have the actual data or the real information or the right information that hasn't been spun, washed, dried, hung out to dry to look like something that it isn't. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. And then the first thought that I had this morning was, or the two thoughts I had this morning was, like, is all the inflation data going to come back at 2%? Like, inflation's been cured on Friday. Another thing that it brought up to me was, well, if the job market better than expected, does that mean no more cuts? And the truth, so no more cuts, but the last report from ADP was that we're in the Great Depression. So we need cuts. Don't need cuts. Need cuts. And then I'm serious. So you wind up feeling like you're being ragdolled, right? And the same thing goes with this employment data, just like the K-shaped economy and retail sales, which is what Hammock said yesterday, which is there's not a lot of movement right now in the job market. There are not more layoffs than since the Great Depression. There are not. There are not mass layoffs. Layoffs are in line with historical data. They look normal right now. What's really happening is that there's no movement in jobs. So people are either comfortable in the job that they're in, or they're fearful that if they leave their job, they're not going to be able to find another job. And there isn't a bunch of job growth. There just isn't a lot of movement. You have people that naturally age out, maybe, or die, or get hurt out of the employment market. But generally speaking, employment is stable. Wages are stable. So there's not a lot to report on that right now, or wasn't. And then this morning, we get data that, in fact, people are hiring. That's what the data said this morning, which again goes counter to the zeitgeist. I want you to think about what you've read out there about how bad the job market is. Between jobs available, we've talked about that, right? Go to school for engineering, forever, you just go into the pipeline. You go work for one of the Fangman companies. Now you're being asked to go build data centers, or you're being asked to go build power infrastructure, right? This new economy. Those jobs are being filled. Whether you want to or don't want to, you're like, I want that Fangman job, that pipeline. Maybe you can't. But it looks like if you're complaining about that, the other 7 out of 10 people are actually taking those jobs. So things look better than expected, better than zeitgeist, better than what we're consuming. And the thing that bothers me probably the most about this is that you have valid reasons to be angry. You have valid reasons. But then you're also filled with reasons that are inaccurate at best, if not blatantly fucking lies. And so, your opinion is valid, but then people that actually know that stuff are like, oh, God, that person's using bad shit for their argument right now. I'm going to just push them out of the way. I don't want to even listen to that person talking right now. So I think that's the thing that probably bugs me the most is that you have a valid argument, but then you're also filled with garbage shit to make that argument. You know what I mean? Like I got these 5 points right here, and 4 of them are bullshit. The one argument that you have should be addressed. Should be. Why the fuck am I making $30 fucking an hour and I'm only slightly better off than I was when I was making 10? That's all you need. You don't need anything else. You don't need to say anything else. That's all you need to say. You know what I mean? Instead, we're bringing up, oh, there's this going on, there's that going on, and this going on. It's all bullshit. It's not actually the truth. Get a little bounce down here in the Daily Trigger. You want to be watching 2 things here, right? We have this prior high right here. Do you see it? Right here. We have not made a new high yet. You see that? So we've slowed down to the downside, and we have not made a new high. You know what my thing is here, man? You got to make that high, right? You got to make this high right here. And then we want to be buying that back test, right? Can go right here. We also have velocity coming down over our head over here. So I really want to see that second bump up here. But let's watch this closely. Do not trust this bottom. You have not made a new high. This can be a trap for bulls and buyers. They come back down here and sweep your ass down here, so do not buy this. You can buy this to here, but it's very dangerous buying this at the moment. You want to see a new high. If you have a chance, read some of that. Wolf Richter the past week or 2 has been on fire. If you have a chance, start reading that guy. That guy rips on Republicans, Democrats, MAGA, Antifa. He doesn't give a fuck. This fucking guy just talks about pure facts and data. You'll never hear an opinion from him in the posts. You'll hear opinions from him in the commentary, but the comments are great and that shit. But the shit that we're getting right now, it's like pure fucking napalm. Not from him, but like the other shit that you're consuming is pure napalm. It's pure bullshit. Utter fucking bullshit. And you really want to know this stuff for what it really is, because it helps you in your private life. Forget your stock market life. If you didn't go to school for any form of business, finance related, maybe you took 1 or 2 classes. If you don't even use this guy for the stock market, this guy gives kick-ass data for just living as an adult. Like he'll tell you when the best times to do this or that or anything else are. So this guy can really have an impact, especially if you're making these arguments out there. You can make those arguments with the actual data, and not sound like a crazy person to the people that actually know. Even if they're being nefarious, they know. And I think, yeah, I would say, like, if you want to like get ahead in life, following that guy's blog might literally save you money or make you money. He's made me money. He's made me money and he's saved me money. I bought a used car for my daughter when he said the bottom of the market was for used car sales. That car is worth more today. I've owned that car for her now. I don't know how long. maybe a year. That car is worth more than it was when I bought it today. It's worth more. It has not gone down in value. It's actually gone up. So that guy's made me money. So if you ever have a chance, try to read that blog if you can. I've got no association with this guy at all. I've spoken to him a couple times, but I don't know him in any way, shape, or form. I have read his book, but he seems to be one of the only. There's a few others. There's like two others that I read, or I should say, was reading, but they're doing the same stuff as he is. So I only follow him now. But you got to follow this guy if you have the chance, because you can make those arguments from a point of fact and not a point of astroturfing for likes and for subscriptions and for whatever the fuck it is they're doing, ad dollars or whatever. Or just trying to hit your emotional heartstrings. I watched another video yesterday that this female was arguing that the astroturfing today is not even state driven or corporate driven. There's like this whole new phenomena with astroturfing where it's just people from other countries that can make money off of ad dollars from pissing you off. Just a normal person. I was like, fuck, we're so fucked right now. Come on, Ford, go back down. Back down, Ford. Go back down. What else we got going on here? We're just waiting for a new high right here to try to turn up. Waiting up here. Just wanted to see this nice tick. You can take that and trade that up right there. Non-farm payrolls and unemployment rate. Just can't wait to see what inflation is. I mean, I know I'm bullshit. I mean, I'm fucking with this, but like inflation rate on Friday. This brings up a bigger question too, doesn't it? Do we need rate cuts? And if we were to get rate cuts this year, if this data is correct, do we need rate cuts this year? And even if we do need rate cuts, when would you get them? If we even get two more, they'd probably be saving them for what at this point? Probably be saving them for seasonal lows. You're going to throw one out to fire up the economy. You know, Moran has talked about that. He wants to disassociate the Fed cuts, try to improve morale, basically, on the short end, and disassociate it from a treasury policy. So that would be interesting to see this summer if that happens. If they get that argument where they can say, we're going to cut even if the data doesn't support a cut, but the market is down. Let's watch this closely. Remember, no new high here. Do not trust this at all. This can come straight down, right down here, make a new low. No new high yet. What else I got here? Damn, look at QCOM. Qualcomm looks bullish as fuck right now. Jesus Christ, AIG. Whew. AIG right now up 5.54% today. AIG cranking. AIG fucking up 5.5% right now. XLP still going vertical. XLU sideways. TSM up 3% today, but looks like it's rolling over. Yeah, it's Wolf. I follow him for my own personal life too. He like follows, like, if you're gonna spend money on big ticket items, he's a good guy to follow. Any big ticket item, I don't give a fuck what it is: couches, electronics, houses, you name it, vehicles, doesn't matter, jobs, apartments, anything you spend, even groceries in restaurants. He actually tracks, like, if you read everything he posts, you start to get in the rhythm of it. And he'll tell you things like, everybody's buying groceries at this store right now. Everybody's eating out right now. And what he's telling you is that what he's extrapolating for you is the behaviors of the consumer. He's telling you things like, hey, this is where everybody's putting their money right now. This is where everybody's saving their money right now. Like, you know, like you read that recently, we've had a lot of commentary out there that savings accounts worst ever in history. Worst ever. Americans don't save anymore. That's because they're looking at savings accounts. If you look at other repositories of wealth, it's going vertical right now. People are self-managing money in the stock market, in the bond market, believe it or not. In crypto and in metals, you name it. They're out there. They're buying S&P 500. Their wealth is extremely high. You've heard recently banks say the retail trader is not what it used to be. They're becoming more and more powerful, right? Okay, we got the new high. Give it just one more second there. Just one more tick. One more tick. There we go. One more tick. That's good for me. Okay, so this is the start right here. This is one leg. This is your first diamond. This is good. Bueno. Well, here's your first diamond right here. We just need to hold this. Don't need to come back down here. Just need to slap that bad boy, come back down, start running higher. That's good. I like it. See if we can get three or five legs out of this. I'm trading 692.65 right now. Coming in a little bit of rejection above. Back into the gamma flip as well. But anyways, I do listen to him for other parts of my life. Like, he'll tell you, like, should you jump jobs? Should you stay in your job? He'll tell you things like, this is what asks are, and this is what they're actually paying. This will be in like apartments or even new cars. He'll be like, yeah, they're getting this money, or no, they're no longer getting this money. Housing, buying housing, best markets to buy, markets that have bottomed, markets that are still in their bubble, markets that are not. All important data and information. So yeah, even if you don't use him for the stock market, this guy's like, for just like life, he's good. Squeezing higher now, should be trading up into this cluster. Next target after a pullback is 695, basically 694.40. You see something like this right here. Something just like this right there. Yeah, and the dog being outside cold. No, it's warm. We fucking warmed up like 2 days. I think we hit our bottom temperature 2 days ago. So this guy, I'm assuming, just left his fucking dog out all night long. He's like, oh, it's warm. Fuck him. Fucking like, how do you do that to a fucking dog? I don't know. I don't know how you do that to a dog. I have no fucking idea how you leave a fucking dog outside. Animals in my house. I'm gonna read in a few things here. Hold on, guys. What's Hassett saying this morning? People are coming off the sidelines into the labor market. They've been doing that. No, that's not real. That's not true either. They already have been off the fucking sidelines working. I think there's plenty of room for the Fed to cut rates. Past it, we can easily see 4% to 5% GDP growth this year. That's already known. Inflation numbers will be a key factor for the Fed decision. AI boom can drive productivity and economic growth. That's all Hassett this morning. Hang tighter, guys. Fuck. On here. Some of the shit that I read in the morning, I'm just like, oh my God. Oh shit. No, I want to show this to Binky. Just gonna watch this hold here. Remember, we've got 12 p.m. flows coming up. Watch this closely with me. What you don't want to see here is there's 11 a.m. right here, right? What you don't want to see here is, so it's 11 a.m. We're coming to 11:30. You know they're going to attempt to knock this down for another leg lower. Let's go over here and look at this really quick. So we've got the upside move here. We got the downstroke over here. This is done. You can't see this here, but you see it now. Like the charts kind of suck to show this, but we have the upside move right here. We're inside of this expanding range. Come back down right here. This is done. Right, so this part of the trade is done right here. This part of the trade is done right here. And so the expectation is that we're going to go higher, right? The expectation is that we're going to go higher here, right? But I want you to watch something with me, okay? So at this 12 p.m., see this up move here, right? This should hold and trade us up higher right here. But the idea is here's 12 p.m. So this same group that sold right here, they're going to try to make another attempt to sell this down. So like you fail this one right here. Here, I'll just draw it out. Hold on. This is the second leg down right here. So somewhere, somewhere right here. They're going to make, oh, wait a minute. They're likely going to try to make another attempt to send us down, right? So you see like this right here. We'll try to come in here, and then the idea here is that 12 p.m. flows will be negative. So you have one leg over here, second leg over here, or even if it's just the second leg up here, and then the up move right here. You can see that. Just be aware of that as we come up. Could be another, where's that other fucking thing? So you get the up move right here, you get this other one down here, and then it's whoop up, just like that, okay? Just keep an eye on the flows at 12 p.m. Keep it simple. Just watch the flows at 12. They're going to try to whack it down at 12 p.m. Yeah, the social media thing is rough right now. It's pretty fucking rough. It ain't pretty right now. It's not pretty. You know what else? Like, so you know what else fucked up happened to me yesterday? I fucking read some of the Epstein files. I can't do it. I went to like R. Epstein, I think, and then I went to some other fucking thing. I saw like pictures of children. Their faces were blacked out. They were showing the Epstein files. They had like pictures of kids and emails, like they were auctioning them off. And that shit doesn't get any time on regular media. That shit's fucking crazy. The Epstein stuff, man, like it's the most mind-blowing fucking thing. Man, I know some of that stuff goes on, but like parents are all involved in it. Fucking, it's like your loved ones are involved in it, like wives protecting men. That shit blows my fucking mind. My wife would cut my fucking dick off. She would cut my fucking dick off. She would kill me in my sleep. You know, I got a fucked up story. Like when I was young, I got married to my wife, and my father-in-law pulled me aside and was like, listen, he's like, I want to tell you something. He's like, if you ever catch somebody doing some shit to your kids, he's like, you just tell your father or me. You're young and you have to live your life. He's like, you let us deal with it. Like that's how my family operated. That's how my wife's family operated. I can't believe the adults in the room and their family members were part of that shit. Like you'd think that like one parent would be, you know, the I don't know, your keeper or some shit like that. That shit blew my mind. I saw shit. I saw shit yesterday on the Epstein stuff. I couldn't. I had to stop. I'm like, I can't read this shit anymore. I just can't. It's bad. It's fucking bad. And then they're talking about how the girls had problems and stuff like that. Fuck you talking about? Fucking children. Whew. These are fucking children. Child has a problem with drugs. Fucking find them help. The fucking kids. They're goddamn kids. They're goddamn kids when they're teenagers, especially in the US. Fucking children. What's wrong with people? They were asking for it. I'm like, you're out of your fucking skull. You should find no, as a grown ass man, you should find no attraction to a child ever. Like none. Zero. Even if they ask for it. The answer is fuck you, no. not even an 18-year-old. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You should have nothing in common with an 18-year-old child if you're a grown ass man. Fuck is wrong with you? Fuck. You want to see what I saw? Do you really want to see it? Hold on here. I'll show you. I'll post it in the Discord. I mean, it was enough internet for me for one day. It really was. It was enough fucking internet for me. My wife came to bed last night and was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, I was like, you don't want to read this. Here, I'll look right now. Some of the shit they're pulling out of these files is fucking insano. I mean, it's insano. It's not even hitting the, can't find it here. Hold on. All right, hold on here. Did they even? I don't even know if it's available anymore. Maybe it is. Let me look. If you go to R Epstein, it's pretty bad. Where's the one that I saw last night? It was the pictures of the kids. It didn't show their faces or anything. There, it's where was it? Hold on here. I'll look for it. Here you go. I'm not going to post the picture. I'll post the link. You can read it if you want. Just that photo there was I found it very disturbing. I couldn't even imagine like my buddy sending me, hey, do you like this one or that one? Which one do you want? Kind of shit. I posted it in the Discord for you. It's a link to Reddit. Now that's r circled, but there's another subreddit called r Epstein. Don't go that these like it's r circled and r Epstein. I don't even think these are big subreddits. Yeah, we'll get off that topic. I don't even want to think about it this morning. Heads should roll over that shit. I don't give a fuck who's involved in it. I don't give a fuck what party they're from. That shit is disgusting. It frightens me for my daughters. You know, thinking about like all women or anyone that's vulnerable, boys or girls. I don't give a fuck what you are. They, them. I don't give a fuck. That shit is fucked up. AIG now 5.81%. Woo, AIG baby. Goddamn Ford, go down. Down, Ford, down. Yeah. The thing that I'm taking from what I've read about that stuff, I mean, I don't understand it. I gotta say it again. Like my wife would fucking cut my dick off. Like my wife would never defend some shit like that. There's like wives, like you got like the fucking princess of Norway. Like this thing encompasses like the whole fucking world. Like wives are like, oh yeah, everything is fine. One of these wives was blaming the girls. Did you guys see that shit? They got emails of like wives of these husbands saying, "Can you believe?" There was one about the guy from New York City, the guy that liked his penis or whatever. I forget his name right now, but one of the like leaked emails was like one of the wives saying, "Can you believe that these girls tempted him?" Who is the guy the fucking penis guy that was in The Lawmaker? Fuck's his name? Yeah, Anthony Weiner. Like Anthony Weiner like got busted again or something, and like someone that knew him, like friend circles of his, they were like, you know, everybody knows that Anthony Weiner has a problem. So why are they throwing themselves at him? It's their fault, not his. I'm like, fuck out of here. You're blaming these kids? Like, you can't get out of here. Yeah, Anthony Weiner's in there. And a whole bunch of people that knew him too. It's like a whole fucking gang of people hanging out. And it's fucking crazy. It's batshit crazy. It's like you guys watching like CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla's like, what the fuck is going on here? I gotta warn you, if you read the fucking actual shit that's in those files, oh my god, it is bad. Bad. I keep wondering. I mean, I don't say this on stream, but I keep wondering if the reason we keep rejecting 700, I mean, I know it's probably because everybody's reining in their bets, they're instead of trying to roll higher, everybody's like, oh, it's the end of the season for the Bulls, so I'll just buy it in the money call option. That's why I think we're not going up right now. But I think it's also because of fucking Epstein. Like, I think that the fucking market is just waiting for this shit to fucking explode. Like, seriously. Like, it's almost near unraveling. It really is. Like, it's like one fucking bombshell away from the whole thing coming undone. It's that close. It's that close. Like they're blacking out like the word don't, DONT, because it's in reference to you know who. It's like they got like when you start releasing that information, you got very smart people out there that the collective hive mind looking at it all, and it's so close to like it's like right on the cusp of blowing the fuck up. Just watch up here. You want to watch as we come into this, just so you can watch this here. You want to watch, don't be too concerned. Like, I'd be getting out up here, but just be concerned with, just so you can see it right over here. I didn't draw boxes, but they're going to take a swipe up here. They're going to try to send this fucker down. Trend is still higher. Next target is, excuse me. Hold on a second here, guys. Trade is still to 690, 795. But there can be a move down here. Just watch this closely. So you've got this big pump right here. And then this next leg over here. I don't know if you can see that, but it's not necessarily bearish. It's just the popping down and then up. Yeah, hold on one more second here, guys. I gotta get some. I didn't sleep last night, so I gotta get some Tums. Coming back here right now. Hold on, I just need a second here, guys. Well, I'm trying to read this right now. Binky is I have to read it a second time here. You know, Binky, I'm really afraid of the so Binky was just commenting on yep, it's not Asin, it's Asian. And the only reason why I'm afraid of that is because it's a playbook. It's like part of the fucking playbook, right? Of the internet. It was literally a part of the playbook. Like the market should have went down, and we like manufactured a financial crisis in Southeast Asia. And so what happened was the dollar went up, but foreign money was coming into the U.S. at the same time. It was the only place to invest. And so you saw like the continuation of the build out for the internet. And I'm thinking about that with the same thing with this. You know, you see the Venn diagram of snakes eating their own tails with these companies. I would posit that this all. I mean, I've told you this before, and it's all lining up again. Wolf Richter again had the news broke yesterday that Google was going to sell long-term bonds. Was it Google or Microsoft? 100-year bonds, debt bonds. Do you guys know that that's QE-ish, right? I don't know if you know that or not, but it is. There, I've said to you in the past that the top 15% of the country is going to pay for the build out of this stuff. Retail is going to pay for the build out of this stuff. These companies will pay for the build out of this stuff. I'll post that article for you right now. Hold on here. When you look at the internet build out, it was the same situation. It was the same fucking situation. You force everybody to pay for it to happen. Whether you, like, if you look at the accounting firms, like, look at the accounting firms in the 2000s and 2008, they didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck at all. They don't give a fuck today either. It's just like top line that. They're going to build this shit out. And like the bubble is likely not going to pop until it's all built out. And what is the thing for this year? Robots. Right? Robots, energy, nuclear power plants, right? And the data centers. They're going to build it the fuck out. There's never been like a gotcha moment with building out new technologies. They get it built every fucking time, one way or another. No matter how they have to do it, they'll find a way. So that was my only thought on the Asian financial crisis would be when the dollar does bottom. If you look at the yearly expectation, I show the dollar going down more. But when it does bottom and start turning back up, that's the big question is, will there be something manufactured so that when the dollar really starts coming back up, if it puts the AI development at risk, do you step in with a crisis? Where you force other dollar users to send their money to the U.S. for the continuation of the build out, so that we don't lose, right, the race for AI. Let me show you this really quick too, because it's right here. You should read this if yesterday you read the story about I think it was Alphabet. I think it was Alphabet. But if you read this article right here and the commentary in it, I'm posting it right now for you in the Discord. You should read through all of it, because especially the comments section, because there's a lot of discussion about this build out, this bubble, and there's a lot of important stuff in here because this is kind of like QE. The CapEx numbers that you're seeing spend from these companies, they're all in. They're letting their whole future ride on this. They're basically saying we're going to fucking spend. And we're going to spend every fucking dollar we have to build this out so that we don't get left behind. The only other choice is death of that company, basically. So if you're in the camp that this is all a fraud, or AI is a fraud, or Gen AI is a fraud, you know, you're not only is like Jamie Dimon telling you stuff and anthropology, not anthropology. I should just call it anthropology. But like all these AI CEOs, they're all just point blank telling you. Financial bank presidents are telling you. Everybody's telling you. And, you know, we're all, of course, all over our heads. There's the normalization, normalcy bias that we're doing right now. But if you read that article right here, you know, this includes Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, Oracle. Now, I don't know if these companies survive or not, and I don't think that they do either, but they are making decisions right now to spend no matter what, to be in this race once again, right, into this inevitability. Try to go higher one more time at 12 p.m. Should read these articles. Like this article I just posted right over the chance. Read it. Read it. It is important. You should know this stuff. And this thing was posted before the announcement of 100-year bonds. So this was already known. This is information. It didn't matter until yesterday, but it was already known that this would take place. And you should see more of this too. I'll read it to you in the background. I'll read it to you guys. If you're just watching out there, whatever, I'll read it to you. This is another article from Wolf Street. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle plans $700 billion in largely AI-related capex in 2026. Where does the cash come from? Big tech is finally plowing their cash and their investors' cash into the economy. Now, this can go awry. Before I even read this to you, these companies make these plans all the time, and market conditions, economic conditions, business cycles can end what I'm about to read to you. But the data is not bad right now, is it? Past all the zeitgeist, the consumer is doing pretty fucking good, aren't they? And the data is not as bad as it's being told to us. So think about this. If I wanted to sell into you, I would want you to think that things are horrible, right? I long it, I pump it up, and then I sell into you. And then one day I tell you everything is great. So right now they're telling you everything is bad. But in fact, everything is great. We're actually at all-time highs, right? Traded SPX 7000 already, right? Right now we're at 693. Everything is bad, right? Everything is bad, everything is bad, everything is bad. In fact, that doesn't look bad, does it? Now, some of you might know that in COVID, some of your favorite tech stonks, what did they do? They did the same thing. They sold corporate debt bonds during COVID. And I thought personally that COVID should have been funded with 100-year debt bonds by the government. I thought 100 years was the right thing to do. We didn't do that. But yeah, you can see all hindsight, right? Now, 5 companies announced that combined they plan to make about $700 billion investments in 2026. The bulk of these capital expenditures are related to AI with a focus on AI infrastructure, data centers, and everything in them and around them. Robots. You guys got, like, I had a robot feed me dinner not feed me, but I had a robot server this last week. I had a robot server last week. I don't know if it's a server. A robot brought me food. That really happened this week. I had a robot bring me food. If you live in San Francisco right now, any major city, you have food delivery robots on the street, right? I had a robot feed me in a restaurant just the other day. Brought me my food, played music and shit, talked, like, I wrote a bunch of stuff on a screen. It was kind of crazy. Some of you know that they have food delivery robots out there on the sidewalks, right? You live in any major cities, you know about those things. The market has been enthusiastic about this spending binge, fearing that this cash gets spent will sooner or later come back out of share buybacks, and that is already happening. So talk about GDP, talk about spend. Where does that money go? Money goes into companies, right? Doing build outs. You're an engineer. You work in a factory. This money is being spent. It's like a form of, it's not quite QE, but it's kind of a form of QE, isn't it? In the private sector. 5 companies announced that combined they plan to make about $700 billion in investments in 2026. The bulk of these capital expenditures are related to AI with a focus on AI infrastructure, data centers and everything in them and around them, from AI servers to on-site power generation equipment. If the utility cannot, $85 billion, Meta $135 billion, Microsoft $145, $150 billion, Oracle $42 billion. The market has not been enthusiastic about this spending binge, fearing that this cash gets spent will sooner or later come back out of share buybacks, and that is already happening. If these 5 companies actually make the announced capital expenditures and the funds flow into the economy in various forms, they would amount to 2.1% of current dollar GDP. That is fucking insane. Remember, GDP is a part of markets going up. Spend is a part of markets going up. Deficits are needed for bull markets. So even though you might have your Main Street hat on saying, I want to bring the debt down, I want to lower the deficit, and then you're long the stock market, when the reality is we're spending. The reality is we're spending at the moment. I'll say it again, if these 5 companies actually make the announced capital expenditures and funds flow into the economy in various forms, they would amount to 2.1% of current dollar GDP. And then you get Hassett saying, oh, bro, we're going to probably do 5 this morning, when he said we weren't last week. This is bullshit. Other companies are also cranking up capital expenditures. That's 2.1 added to current GDP projections. Other companies are also cranking up capital expenditures, though not as much, and the overall CapEx figures are much larger. So overall, this is a big stimulus for the economy as long as it persists. It's stimulus for the economy as long as it persists. Very important information there, right? A stock market crash would end the binge. Think of the dot-com bust when the S&P 500 plunged by 50% and the NASDAQ by 78% over a span of 2.5 years as thousands of companies collapsed and vanished. And the stocks of the survivors crashed. CapEx and corporate spending got slashed left and right. It triggered a run-of-the-mill recession in the U.S. overall and a depression in the tech areas. Lots of people are holding their breath, but it hasn't happened yet. And I think that's the more of that key information here. You know, you'll hear someone posit, well, if we crash, bro, that CapEx will go away. But it has not happened yet. The CapEx is being spent. It's planned on being spent. It has begun to being spent. Last year it was being spent, and this year they're spending more. So we're not there yet. Right? You would need to see a crash for that to go away. Not before. CapEx doesn't go away and then we create the crash. It's the opposite. So we're not there yet. Where will this $700 billion in cash come from? The cash of these investments of $700 billion would come from a mix of, you ready? Share buybacks get cut, which is already happening. Share issuance, which has already started. Debt issuance. Ooh la la. That's the good shit right there. Debt issuance. That's what we read yesterday, right? Their massive hoard of cash and short-term investments and their huge operating cash flows. That's where the money comes. The cherry on top is that there are massive and accelerated tax cash benefits for investments in 2026 that will provide some additional funding. The share buybacks get cut. This has already happened. So actual share buybacks, not announcements. Oracle flipped from share buybacks to a share issuer, which has the opposite effect of share buybacks. In 2025, it issued $2.1 billion in new shares, largely the result of its stock compensation plans. In February, it launched a $20 billion at-the-market share offering. Amazon last bought back shares in Q2 of 2022, $3.3 billion. And has had 0 share buybacks since then, investing the funds instead in its AI endeavors. Meta cut back share buybacks to $3.3 billion in Q3 and Q4 of 2025 combined. Share buybacks in the same periods in prior years, 8.8, almost $9 billion. I'm not even going to go through this. Just a shit ton of it. Shit ton of buybacks by Meta. Shit ton of buybacks by Alphabet. Microsoft reduced its share buybacks in 2024 and 2023, then increased them some in 2025. The share buyback peak remains in 2022, 2021, and 2022. That's the last time we did stuff like this with this CapEx spend. For these 5 companies, share buybacks combined in Q4 plunged to $12.6 billion, the lowest level since Q1 2018, at the peak in 2021. These 5 companies spent $149 billion on share buybacks. If share buybacks of all of them go to zero, that would provide $149 billion in cash compared to 2021. 2021, when we came out of 2021 to 2022, which companies were left as high flyers? Anyone remember? Anyone here remember the high flyers that were holding the market up in 2021? It was all the companies that issued debt, all the companies that were doing share buybacks. It was all like the Apples out there of the world, and they held the entire market up on this spend. In addition, and then when it all ended, what happened? 2021, we started rolling, didn't we? In addition, there are massive and accelerated tax cash benefits to investing in 2026. Let me read that to you again. In addition, there are massive and accelerated tax cash benefits to investing in 2026. While share buybacks are taxed, so after tax effects, the cash generated by ending share buybacks and investing these funds in AI infrastructure are very substantial. Share issuance. This is also now in the works. Oracle was the first out of the gate. It announced this month that it would raise $20 billion by selling new shares at the market, which allows it to sell the shares in dribs and drabs over time. But it's not free. The price of its shares have plunged by 58% in 5 months from the high in September to $142. I will note here in the middle of this article that if you look at big tech, they had a huge dispersion trade pricing this in. If you saw that this past year in big tech, the question becomes, are they going to get a big double correction, or are we going to continue higher because they've priced in already this big spend? Does that make sense? So if you want a counter argument to the guys out there that are telling you, oh boy, you know, ticker Fangman plus T is down here and they're waiting for the next big roll down, maybe this was pricing in, this dispersion trade was actually pricing in the economic stimulus provided by this CapEx spend. So Oracle's capital raise announced in February included a $25 billion bond offering, which was met with ravenous demand from investors. The order book, hold on, we start higher here, but it's not free. The price of its shares had plunged by 58% in 5 months from the high in September to $142. If they fall by another $40 a share back to where they had been in December of 2023, they'd qualify for our pantheon of imploded stocks, for which the minimum requirement is a 70% plunge from more or less the recent high. That's the argument right now, that we've had a big correction. We're going to go into the second leg of it down below. Not on this chart. The share price of the other 4 companies are still sky high, and they can easily sell shares at very high prices, which would be efficient for them to do. But that would come only after they stop the share buybacks entirely. Debt issuance. This is the juice here. Oracle's capital raise announced in February included a $25 billion bond offering, which was met with ravenous demand from investors. The order book was at $129 billion for only a $25 billion offering. In September 2025, Oracle had already raised $18 billion in a debt sale. At the end of Q4, so not including the $25 billion debt sale, Oracle had $131 billion in short and long-term debt. Meta, which has $85 billion in short and long-term debt, issued $30 billion in bonds last October. Then it took on another $27 billion in debt, but kept it off its balance sheet via a special purpose vehicle, SPVs, an outfit called Beignet that issued the bonds to fund a huge data center in Louisiana. Meta is backing the bonds with debt-like guarantees. It guarantees the consumer guarantees the construction risks. It rents payments cover the interest payments of the bonds. Its residual value guarantee is to be used to pay off the bonds. If Meta wants to bail out of the deal, it has to make bondholders whole by paying off the remaining amounts after the data center is sold. But the advantage for Meta is that its credit rating won't get dinged. Amazon, which has $163 billion in short and long-term debt, pulled off a $15 billion bond offering in November of 25, also amid ravenous demand from investors. Wolf gave an update yesterday on this article. He said, update Monday, February 9th, 2 days ago. He said, Alphabet is working on a $15 billion bond offering to fund the AI-related investments, according to people familiar with the matter. All of the 5 companies have at the moment lots of room left to sell bonds amid huge demand for bonds from investors. 4 of them have still very high stellar credit ratings. Microsoft's at AAA, Alphabet's at AA+, Meta's at AA-, and Amazon AA-. Oracle is at BBB, is 2 downgrades away from junk, which starts at BB+. But even a junk rating of BB+ or BB would only mean slightly higher yields these days. With the still and ravenous investors from investors, everyone is chasing yield. Big tech is plowing their cash and their investors' cash into the economy. When these companies don't blow their cash on buying back their own shares, but instead use the funds to invest in AI infrastructure, they're plowing their cash and, by extension, their shareholders' cash into the real economy, contributing to economic growth. You've heard me say this in the past, said to you, your top 15%, which own 80% of stocks, is going to pay for this build out one way or another. That's happening right now. I have long advocated for this shift, and it is now, or he goes, when these companies don't blow their cash on buying back their own shares, but instead use the funds to invest in AI infrastructure, they're plowing their cash and, by extension, their shareholders' cash into the real economy, contributing to economic growth. See what happens here. We're coming in at 12 p.m. See if we can get that pump up or not. You can see it here. Or if they're going to roll us back down. I think there's a fair chance of this happening. I didn't see, I have a high and a lower high here. I do think they're going to try to run this down before going higher. Just be careful here at 12 p.m. for your next dip buy. There was a failure of a new high and the prior high at 1124. They're going to try to run this thing to the downside. Just be very careful here. I have long advocated for this shift, and it is now happening. Those shareholders won't like it. When they issue new shares to invest the proceeds in AI infrastructure, they're plowing cash from these investors into the economy. Shareholders get diluted, but the economic growth gets stimulated. When they issue new debt to invest the proceeds in AI infrastructure, they're plowing the cash from these yield-chasing investors into the economy. These investors like that, which is why they're buying the debt, and the economy likes it. Shareholders of these specific companies, maybe not so much, or maybe they don't notice. When they use part of their cash hoard, they're handing treasuries and corporate securities to other investors and are plowing the proceeds into the economy. As long as they still have enough cash, everyone is happy with that. When they use their operating cash flow to fund these investments, the economy benefits. That's what operating cash flow is for, to invest and grow. So as long as the financial markets can be kept spinning, this investment binge will continue to be a big stimulus for the economy. So if you're looking right now for the economic cycle to end, the business cycle to end, the build out's not done yet, and we're stimulating the economy, there's a chance for this stank market here to at least go sideways and potentially up into the end of the year. He does make some comments inside of this article. I gotta get some water in me. Jesus Christ. I'm reading one of Wolf's comments here. He writes, I'm not going to. This guy wrote, written by someone almost finished a PhD economics, but decided to get one in computer science instead. Just because a technology can reduce cost, it doesn't mean that savings will translate to revs. Internet vastly reduced cost of commerce, but the amount of profit generated is far lower than the amount it destroyed. For example, Amazon killed brick and mortar businesses, and the amount of profit Amazon generated is far less than the amount it destroyed. Thanks to competition from China, Gen AI companies make meager profit, if at all, from its services. All the investment in the world is not going to change that. How much can OpenAI charge for subscription? The moment it cuts off free services, all the users will flock to Chinese providers. It is as simple as that. Unlike the car market, U.S. can set up a tariff barrier. There is no way to prohibit service flow. None of the investment can be recuperated into this AI boom. Wolf says, quote, the internet vastly reduced costs of commerce, but the amount of profit generated, he's quoting, it destroyed, for example, Amazon killed brick and mortar businesses and the amount of profit Amazon generated. He wrote, total, utter, fabricated bullshit. This bullshit fabrication, the art they teach you in economics grad school. Oh, shit. Amazon is just one online retailer among other stuff it does. Walmart is another huge online retailer, as is Macy's, as is Apple, as are all big brick and mortar retailers and all online only retailers. Profits in e-commerce are huge. At the same time, there's still a big part of brick and mortar retail that is throwing off huge profits too, the biggest one being motor vehicle dealers and grocery stores. Since 1998, when e-commerce was just a blip, total profits at all retailers combined, brick and mortar plus e-commerce, has multiplied by 8. Whew. Whew. I'm in agreement with this too. I'm with Wolf on his economic thesis on this stuff. I'm reading through his comments right now. I'm reading some of the comments from Wolf in here. He's just lighting people up. The fuck is Dr. CS doing? Trying to see if sellers gonna come in here. Watch out for the sweep lower. It might be a nice trade in here, by the way. Nice long coming up here. Oh, they are. They are. They are hilarious. What is that right there? Wait a minute. I'm just fucking with you, Dr. Doom. Fuck yeah. I just like how they phrased it. They're like trying to create strife in it. That shouldn't create any strife. But you know like how they like worded it? Like Canada shouldn't do that. I'm like, what are you gonna do? Like fifth gen Chinese jets can't do that. Yeah, it does. Oh, so wait a minute, put that in there. I just like the headline. Come on, baby. Come on, Ford. I am short a call. Fucking sell that shit down to the depths of hell. Just let it bleed. Spy creeping and crawling back up again. What time is it? 1:30 yet? I can do a new. We can look at the charts again at 1:30 with the new candle. Let's look at Ooh. You can't cancel it. All right, so we're gonna look at yeah, I know I mean I'm not against the elbows up crowd either. It's just like misplaced it's just like full rage. Everything bad. And then of course, like my bigger question that we have that crowd in the US too. My question is, does everything get rolled back once regime change happens? Which of course the answer is going to be fucking no. We're going to look at one we have not looked at in a while. Let's see. Ooh. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to look at a stock right now. SPY trying to climb its way higher right now. You might remember this company. You might not remember this company. This is Land Bridge Company. We're going to look at this in a few different ways here. We're going to start at the top here. We're going to look at velocity. It's a little long in the tooth on daily here. Let's look at this closely. A little long in the tooth, but in the prior examples, you've gone pretty high here. There is some more room for more up. Weekly velocity is just getting started, so you're going to expect dips to be bought on daily velocity. So this is all good to see. On a 30-minute basis, whoop. You just look at prior history here. In a 30-minute basis, daily velocity goes up to 120. Currently much lower right now. We could double that, right? Go back to or double that to 120. 120. We're currently lower at, or lower, inversely, 134. Hourly is a little long in the tooth here, so we should set this up for some kind of a dip buy. There's something else we want to look at here, just on a 4-hour basis. There's a whole lot of consolidation going on here. You can see just on the idea of you've got a big old traditional bull flag here, right? Now there's a little bit of longness in the tooth too. So if we look at this we're looking at this just with a basic bull flag here. There's some room here to go up. Maybe a nice little tech check back over here for your double bottom. Equal legs in the lower end, and then a bigger move up here. That's what it just looks like off the top of my head. Looks like dips will be bought on the daily trigger, even if there's an outside of the range move lower. So you're looking for discounts if you can find one. There's something else going on in a shorter term here. If you look closely, just traditional charting so far. We looked at velocity already. And you see that breakout right there? So just these legs right here. If you can get any kind of a discount here, if you get something like this where you make a new high, come back down, close out the low over there, and then back up again to close this one right here. This is pretty good, right? Pretty good. So I like this stonk right now for the equal legs. If we go back to a month, let's take a peek at what's going on in here in a month. Down, 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 down. But we look, you see this candle right here, this monthly candle. If you take 80% of this monthly candle, that's all that needs to be done. Any kind of a back test here should hold and go higher. So we're going to draw this out just like this. We're going to look at the 1 month. Now we do have this big nasty candle up here, big sellers, right? You got big sellers here. There is some bearishness here. There's this candle here, this candle here, but we're already over these sellers. Do you see it? We're already over these sellers. So that brings into question more uppies, right? These sellers are not as strong, and that brings up a trade right here. This is $72. Maybe come up here, find these sellers. Oh, we'd find these sellers at 70 bucks. Come back down and look for some support. We'll draw a few things in here. Right there. And draw this one in right here. Make this green. We're going to make this one kind of reddish, yellow. And we're going to draw another one in here. This one's yellow too. We're going to write supply up here. Question mark. We're going to write month in here. We're going to go to a week. We think supply is right in there. But this one right here, this is a weekly. And we're going to draw this right here. Make this white. Draw this one right here. Make this one green. Then go to a day. Starting to make some more sense here, right? There's a gap up here where supply is. Shocker. We want to see what? So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Now I want to show you a few things here. You got 1. Oh, we'll draw it just like this. We'll draw it like this. There's 1. Two, right? Now your third leg should be at least up here, right? If not higher, right? I think if I measured this, it'd probably be like right here. You come back down and hold this right here. Right? Oh, I meant. And at least this, something like this, right? I'm going to bet that I want to watch out for these guys right here. We'll talk about that in a minute. Something like this, right? Biggest leg right here. Come back down and up. And now you're above supply. See these sellers right here? This is the big zone right here. The way is lower, bro. It's down here. Down there. Down there. Down there. It's down there. It's down there, right? So this is your 1, 2, and 3, not knowing if it goes down. They're going to try to sell it down, right? So we want to be looking for maybe a 1, 2, 3, not the 4, 5. This is danger zone up here. We know that they're going to try to sell this in here. We're also going to draw something like this all the way down there. Make that dotted, make it 1. Right? You'll see that these buyers are all in here. You're going to expect them to be here still. This is usually the most powerful move in here. So what I would say to you on this trade would be there's still room to run up. So even within these big lines right here, there's still room to come down. That can all still be part of that same run. So what I would say to you would be keep your eyes on, or set an alert. If you're not going to be a FOMO trader, you can take this trade up right now. But if you're looking for a dip to buy, which I prefer, start setting some alerts somewhere down in here. There's an inverse bat wing. There's an inverse bat wing right here, right? See it right there, and then up. Wham, 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 wham. So I would set alerts somewhere down here. 54, 28, 50, 30. The one thing you want to make sure of is that if this does come up here, let's say, and roll down, that we don't lose it. You come back up, you get the prior high, the new high, and you get that long going again to trade up into this fifth wave. This is all part of this third wave. This can all be a part of this third wave in here, is my point. So if you see, we're setting the alerts down here. We'll do the first one right in here. Add an alert on horizontal line. Crossing down. Price, create. Easy. We have an alert. All we need now is if we get an alert. Do I have an alert? Yeah, I got alerts right there. So if at any point this comes back down, let's say you go up here, right? Slams back down over here, then I can take this back up again. You get the prior high you want to be watching over here, so you want to see this get taken out. Price target currently. I'll just draw this in for you. Price target currently. Move that over, move this, move that over right there. Price target currently inside of this third wave. I want to see this trade, this one right here. I want to see this big move up. I want to see it trade 65.82 before a potential pullback for the next entry. So 65.55 is the target. You want to get out of the way once we start hitting the yellow and white bands. This is ticker symbol LB, Land Bridge. We've traded this in the past. It's a good printer. LB. Oh, dude, Ford, what are you doing, dude? Wrong way, Ford. I want you to be parked here and just fade slowly over time. Next one we're going to look at is another favorite. SNDK. Now, this is SNDK is kind of in a distribution pattern here. But when you're in a distribution pattern, this thing went from 20 bucks trading 600 right now. You might be wondering, why is this one bullish? When you're in these blow off tops like this one is, it doesn't necessarily mean that the top is in for this stock. And they are holding right now. I like the idea. You've got you're range bound at the moment. You haven't broken out. But as long as this thing keeps doing this thing in here, and keep this nice and simple. You can probably just take these up, and only if we break above 720 do you initiate a new trade. So SNDK, consolidating, no hints yet of a blast to the downside. If you can snap some quick lines on SNDK, you can see where this island is. It's right here. So if you're down here and you see SNDK, set yourself an alert on 534.37. If it plunges down here and recovers a little bit, you can probably take that up higher. Same kind of thing over here. SNDK. Can't say that it's actually rolling over at this point, but I know you guys like this corporation. SanDisk. S&P 500 breaking higher now, trading 693.71. Look for a pullback here on SPY, and then another trade higher to 694.40. I'll go over there and just show you really quick. So you can see it right here. See it right here. Down here, coming back up, there's two targets above. There's 693.72, then 694.40. And this relates to these sellers right here. This is the half-back trade, half-back down trade right here. Should see some kind of a pullback on that as well on the half-back trade. Just be aware of it. I've got this, I've got this here, right there. That would be a new high. 694.77. I think I said 695 or something. 694.77, just a tick above it. Tick above it would imply that whatever the back test is going to hold, even if it's down here and then back up again. Just be conscious of where this thing is right here. Man, my stomach is so bad right now. Oh. I was up all night long last night. Okay. We did SanDisk, LB, and here's the next one we're going to look at. This is BKV. And why I like BKV, let's look at it right here, is right here. If you want a quick play, if you like to live dangerously, you never short a dull knife, right? Just that right there is probably all you need to see. Trading 30.97. Still use your rules on this one, but this one is looking, just had it, or it's got its ER coming up. It is looking for some kind of a price higher here, probably to 32.50, maybe 35, and then a straight back down kind of a trade here. This is BKV, very dangerous, but at the same time, momentum is pushing this stock higher. Has no other history. Look these companies up. Also remember that if you've got this going on here, a company like this, sometimes it's better to be down here. So if you don't like the idea of chasing this stonk higher, there is a lot of, if you look at this right here, this is pretty bullish here. As a matter of fact, this would be considered one here. Check this. Yeah, this is one. This is two. The idea would be there's three, there's 4 and 5. Though I still like the idea of buying this lower, but just note that it's in a breakout right now. You'd expect either 35 or 40 on this. I don't think it's going to be 40. I think like 35 is about what you're looking for here. And I could be wrong there, but how about 38.5? Something like that right there. If you want to chase it, chase it. Make sure you have tight stops on this trade. It's very dangerous. But it's a beautiful fucking setup. It looks fucking gorgeous. Look at that thing. Looking for the breakouts, come back down. You'd give half this trade back. 1, 2, and 3. Whew. I can't tell you if this fails, then goes back down and drops or not, but just a note here. That's 2027. Just keep an eye on this one for continuation up. Ticker symbol BKV. Hit our first target above here. That one's been taken out. Now I need to take out this next one at 694.40. We have more time. It's only 12:30 right now. We've got another hour until the 4-hour candle forms. On S&P 500, we are trending up at the moment. Yeah, I saw the Saab thing too. And you got like France and Germany is arguing right now about procurement and building jets and stuff. I saw that too, Dr. Doom. I saw that. That's common though, isn't it? I thought that was a common thing in Europe. I just look at it from the perspective of, I mean, like, I realize that we're trying to like renegotiate pacts and stuff. But the reality is it's East versus West, right? It's not just East versus West. It's West with our partners in the East versus the East with their partners in the West. I should say that better, I guess. But the true reality, right? Well, all bullshit to the side. The narrative. AIG. AIG now up 6.32% on the day. Whew. Whew, look at AIG hanging dong. AIG crushing it today. Fucking Ford. Bumpy road. Okay, there's BKV. Talked about them. It's a pretty big fucking scissor down here. You see that on Spoos? You guys see this over here? The thwack down, but then there's a reversal tweezer pattern here. Is I really near one? Nope. Just my fingers fucked up. There's a big like tweezer here. That's a reverse tweezer for buyers. Jesus, Shopify. Look at XLU ready to pump again. Gold looking pretty good right now. Silver looking pretty good right now. Visa looks good too. If they rotate out of AIG into Visa, Visa wants to fuck right now too. Keep an eye on Visa here. Visa's like has a breakout on a declining bull flag here. They just broke out. TSM up 3.5%, 3.59. Dude, if Nike's going to the woodshed, why is fucking Ford still holding up? Fucking Ford. That's why I hate Ford. It's almost a mirror image of Spoos. Fucking Spoos. Come on, Ford. Nobody sells fucking Ford. This guy, QCOM was going this morning. I haven't looked back on it in a minute. I haven't looked at Qualcomm in a minute since the open. It was looking pretty fucking good earlier. Oh yeah, it's still pumping. Good job. Right on. What's getting taken to the woodshed today? All these fucking all these share buyback companies, right? All these Fangman plus D shit. Not all of them, but the ones that are involved in the spend. Maybe that was our doing by talking shit about how they're gonna put money into the economy. This tick should be like right here, right about there, and this tick should be right about there. Besant saying job numbers have exceeded expectations. Good Christ. All right, I'll have to look at these job numbers. Let's check this NFP here. Let's have a look and see what they actually are. BLS. Total non-farm payroll employment rose by 130,000 in January, and the unemployment rate changed little at 4.3. Among the major worker groups, the unemployment rate for teenagers declined to 13.6% in January. The jobless rates for adult men, 3.8%, adult women, 4.0%, and people who are white, 3.7%, black, 7.2%, Asian, 4.1%, Hispanic, 4.7%, so little change month over month. Number of long-term employed, those jobless for 27 weeks or more, changed little in January at 1.8 million, but is up by 386,000 from a year earlier. The long-term unemployed, this is the bottom 15%. Long-term unemployed accounted for 25% of all unemployed people in January. Oof. So this is reinforcing not only the K-shaped economy, but the lower 15% is getting fucked. Both the labor force participation rate at 62.5 and the employment population ratio at 59.8 changed little in January. These measures have shown little change over the year. Part-time employees reduced. So these numbers do not mean that people are, even kids and adults are not taking on second jobs. The number of people employed part-time for economic reasons decreased by almost 500,000 in January, but is up by 410 over the year. These individuals would have preferred full-time employment, but were working part-time because their hours have been reduced. So they were unable to find full-time jobs. The number of people not in the labor force who currently want a job decreased as well by 399,000 to 5.8 million. These individuals are not counted as unemployed because they were not actively looking for work during 4 weeks preceding the survey and were unavailable to take a job. There was also little change in the labor force who wanted a job. And so not a lot of movement right now. If you are looking for a job currently, job gains occurred in healthcare, social assistance, construction, while federal and government and financial activities lost jobs. That's a change. Payroll employment changed little in 2025, 15,000 per month on average. Healthcare added 82,000 jobs in January. Whew. With gains in ambulatory healthcare services, hospitals, nursing, and residential care facilities. That's the big boy. That's all I can see right now. I'm looking through. I'm trying to read through some tables right now. Man, the October was heavily revised. The annual population control adjustments that are usually incorporated with the release of January estimates in February will instead be introduced with the release of February 2026 estimates in March. Consequently, the initial 2026 household survey estimates in this news release continue to use short-term projections. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with you guys. Coming into 12:46 right now, looking for the 1 p.m. and 1:30 funkiness that takes place. New candle at 1:30. Take a quick break here, middle of the day. It's Wall Street lunchtime. Trying to smash up here into this zone above. Bulls want to trade above 694.75. So whatever pullback we have here should get bought to trade 698. Be right back with you guys in just a minute. I'm going to put the new squawkers on right now. Coming back here, we're gonna look at the 130. Hold on here. One quick second here, guys. What am I looking for here? Old man, be right back. Break time, be right back. Okay. We're gonna give an outlook, midday outlook, not the end of the day outlook. Midday here. We were chatting about no, we're gonna go down here. We're gonna remove everything from SPY. I just want you guys to see one thing here. On an hourly basis, you can see the immediate throwdown. But there's a tweezer here. This is called a tweezer candle. Violence to the downside, violence back up. This is considered fairly bullish. If I see something like this, if I see something like this in the inverse, let me just show you. Maybe I can show you this Here, hold on here. Can I do it like this? What display am I looking for here? Okay, hold on. This might work. Nope. Edit transformation or flip vertical. There we go. So I just flipped SPY or SPX. I'm going to mute this here for a minute. There we go. Now I'm doing this in the inverse right now. But I want you to have a look here with what this looks like. This is the inverse. So what does this look like here? This looks like this right here, right? Told no bloodbath, right? Does that make sense? I want to look at this right here. Now I'm going to flip it back over again. So at any rate, what this is implying here is that there should be another, slammer bammer up here. And you can see a series of new highs, one here, one here, one here, one here. Thesis here would be you go up here and slam it back down again. Excuse me. And this is your source of supply right here. It's been the same source of supply since way the fuck back over here. This is actually the same supply here. We've already gone over this stuff, right? So back here, you're getting the big move, right? You get above 6,900. And you have what happens is people roll their calls higher. And the moment they're done rolling their calls higher, what do dealers do? They're chasing the roll higher, and then they delta hedge to the downside, right? The moment they don't have to do that anymore, we go back up again, right? And they delta hedge this, right? Back up again, they delta hedge that, and they delta hedge that. This is call buying that's taking place. And then the delta hedging up here, right? This happens here, here, here. Same thing up here, same thing up here. Now, one of the problems we have right now, there's a couple problems that we have right now. The first problem that we have is that the 2025 outlook, if you were bullish at the beginning of the year, called for the market to trade 6,800. Not 7,000, not 705, not 715. So as we get up here into this 7,000, this is late October. They're taking the money and running, right? I expect 6,800. I'm getting out here at 69.45. Top of October, 69.45. Taking the money and running, right? And then you've got FOMOers buying calls up here too, right? So you get all of this at the same time. You got people that are long all year long. They're taking the money and running. You get FOMOers rolling calls up here while we're looking down below for a dip to buy. And you have more of that price action going on here, here, here. This is all distribution, right? Now we have a problem. Now the problem is that we're in a time of the year. We get that problem. Then we have another problem. We're at 7,000. So we have the first problem is profit taking for the year while looking for a spring 2026 low to buy. If you speak to the street, they're going to tell you they'll take $6,000, 6,400, and that's what they want. And a bull wants that too. Will they get it? I posit that they will not. That 6,800 will hold for the spring. So you've got distribution going on from late October into right now. You've got buyers wanting the best low they can find. And then you also have the problem of being at 7,000. We know that the second problem of 7,000 means you need to, because the big fat round number, you kind of need to be above 7,000 and then another one above 7,000 and start building this new shit island. Start getting long for the 7,000s, right? New poop islands. That's problem number 2. The next problem that you have is what? What is it? It's that seasonally, we're not in the season for bulls. We're like exiting the season of bulls. So you've got traders that are reining in their expectations. Well, I'll look for a low at 680 and go long there for 700. Does that make sense? I'm not rolling to 710 or 720 or 730. There have been windows where we can break above, but those windows have been brief. Like a day where 710 and 720 gamma is higher than 7,000. But then you fucks come back and like you fucks come back inside and you buy 7,000 calls again. So of course fucking 7,000 creates a fucking wall. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't break out above 7,000 right now, but you can't instigate the longs above it until you start to establish a base above 7,000. Also, seasonally, we're getting a little long in the tooth. There should be some kind of fucking doom between, Feb 18th OPEX and April fucking 2nd. There should be, April and May are usually, if you're in another bull year, even if it's flat and going up, you're looking for that low. Looking is the key term here. If this is going to be a bull year, we don't know yet. So when you come into this late winter and early spring, you're like, hey, I'm here. It's April. I want to go long. Are we bottoming? Are we sideways? I got money. I want to spend it. Right? So we're not there yet either. It's not like you're sitting here in February going, we're going to trade 750 in the next 3 weeks. Let's start rolling calls higher. Your thesis is basically all these fucking new flows aren't coming in until springtime. And even last night in the brief I posted for you, the lower volume buying, you can't really expect people to show up in fucking February 11th to start this bull run. We're not above 7,000. We're not backtesting and building a base. We're not in the tis the season of it either. And the street, you know what the fuck they're going to do? I mean, those fucking guys are patient. They will fucking wait and wait and wait and wait. As a matter of fact, in October, when we ramped in that month, which is a rarity, they were fucking pissed. They were raging pissed because they have to put a trade on in Q4 to print in the spring. They want a fucking low. They'll wait for it. They got a low in November and December, but you get what I'm saying? It's like this Q1 that we're in right now. Q1 ends March 31st, right? I'll tell you something. Right around like March 21st, normally, if we don't get a fucking low, they manufacture that shit. Even if it's like, fuck it, give me 680. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, fuck it, I can't get 640 and 600, give me 680. And they'll still send that shit down so they can at least get long at the end of the quarter for Q2 and Q3. So like Q2 through Q3, you're starting to position. So you're like so let me explain it this way. Like in the end of Q1, you're hoping that we start rolling down, and then you get into Q2 and you're like, okay, give me the fucking low. You know, give me the fucking low, start making the turn. So these guys want to get long for what? Q3, right? You got Q2, you got April, May, June. And then beginning of Q3, they want to take their money and run, and they're going to wait for an October low. Now, this works even in a bear market. We go into a bear market, you're still guaranteed flows into the market in this fucking spring and in the summer. Not summer, excuse me, the fall. Every year. Doesn't fucking matter. People have to put their money to work. And some of that's in their charter. Like, I got to do this. It's mechanical. It's systematic. So even if you're in a bear market, you're still looking in that time frame. So a lot of those mechanics are likely impacting where we are right now is the point that I'm trying to make to you. It's like, are we going to do this? Or are we going to do that? Or are we going to do this? Now, let's just look at this right here, right? You know they want to get the best price, too, when they're unloading. You know, you're not going to want to sell out of your position. You want to get the best price you can, and then you want to get the best price you can on the downside for those 2 times of the year. We don't know where that's going to be, but you want to think about these mechanics that play in the background of the stank market. So there are a couple things I want to look at here. It is interesting. I want to show you this right here. I was looking at this earlier, and I found it fascinating. Doesn't make it so we can still roll down here, and we should. But like, when do we sweep this matters. So you're either looking for like some kind of an event like NFP, swing lower, clear that out to go higher. Let me just draw this again. Swing lower on NFP or inflation or VIXpiration or OPEX or month end to sweep that low so we can go up higher, right? It's not sweep this fucking low to die. Maybe it is, but we don't know that yet until we go down there to find out if we're holding this. But there's some interesting price action here. You've got this like 700 right here. This is SPY, but you can look at this from any perspective. You know, it is like you got this one right here, you got this one right here, and this is basically distribution, but it might not be. But look at it from this perspective. If you get one more up here, you instigate the call rolling that I was telling you about, like in October. And then maybe we get back down here. Whether we're going to roll to the downside, I don't know. Whether we hold this and go back up to break up and away. But the better the thing that I want you to think about here is we got this high here. I guess this looks like an inverse head and shoulders, right? I don't like inverse head and shoulders personally, but this actually looks a little bit more bullish to me. Up, and then you get your down right here. That's what it looks like to me. Now, if we start rolling down, yep, I'm wrong. We're fucked. We're down there or even over here. And there's something else that's going on, which is the damage that was done here kind of implies that the gig is up. And I question if the gig is actually up just yet. Just yet. Maybe, maybe not. But if we start heading down here, I would expect a bigger bloodbath to take place. I would really like to see, because this is your low, right? I would really like to see at least that high. Get that new high. And it kind of helps down here to say maybe it's not going to roll. And maybe we keep doing this bullshit, and then we're down to the downside finally in March, April. Now, get rid of this here. Move this over right here. Hold on here. Uh-oh, what just happened here? Tighter, guys. I just fucked this up. Move this higher. Sorry about that. I had issues in the background. So let's go look above here. Trigger screen. We're going to get rid of all these pivots for your more accurate representation. We're going to look at the daily velocity and just do a quick discussion here. And I want to show you something here that I was looking at. 30-minute maybe it will show it. Right in here. I was looking at this last night. This is Friday. This is Monday. Right here. No, here's Friday. Does it not show on this? Hold on, let me check this really quick. It might not be showing here. I might be wrong in this too. I thought I saw this on Wednesday. Yeah, I don't know why this is not showing up here. Let me show you this a different way. This chart's not showing it right, or not right, but it's not showing it well. So I was hoping for one of these events this week to send us down here, either NFP or inflation or something like that. It's too easy of a setup. But when I was looking back on Friday, this is Friday right here. This is the Friday low. So the initial squeeze up right here, this is where they started buying. And I was like, did they fucking sweep? It's like right here. It's right about here. And right in here, this is their next spot right here. They bought this again. This is Friday. And what's fascinating is this is the prior high right here. They bumped this up right here, and they kind of knew. They kind of knew here on this is Monday right here. They kind of knew that they had to keep this going. So you get like a prior high. They beat it. This is wave 1, and now they're looking for wave 2 over here. And I want you to think about this on a weekly basis. So this is their wave 2. Here's their wave 2. If it draw, can I put this on like a maybe 15-minute here? There we go. So we're going to look at it from this perspective right here. You've got, can I do this like a poly line or something? You've got wave 1, right? Theoretically, this is 2. And we got 3 we're looking for right here. Forget 4 and 5, okay? Now this one right here, this wave 2, this has been a flat correction. There's been no like sharp down here. NFP was unable to provide that. We've got 1, 2, 3 Wednesday. We've only got 2 days left for this weekly. This idea of a weekly, like a 1, 2, 3 move for the, or at least for the week. So, damn it, that shit sucks. This polyline sucks. So if that's the case, right, we're doing a sideways correction, not but it's not sideways. It's called flat correction, not sharp correction. And they want their print. The idea would be we'd get it here on maybe Thursday. And then you can kind of come into the inflation shit down here, 1, 2, and 3. Finally sweep that thing out down there. Even if you don't get the 4 and 5, just the 1, 2, and 3, this is looking very flattish as a correction. You get what I'm saying now? So these guys bought down here on Friday. They knew they had to hold this up. They didn't want any chance of coming back down and blasting down in the depths of hell. They literally stepped right back in again. They've been accumulating, 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 accumulating. Is there a chance of a drop down here? Fuck yeah, there was NFP. That was your fucking chance. Next chance is on Friday over here. So I don't know how you get back down here to do, because you got your 1, your 2, and then your 3, and your 4, and your 5. It's still viable, but it's not exactly like whenever I see something like this is, if you look up flat correction, this looks like one. This looks like a fucking flat correction. The more time we spend here, the more chances of the move higher, unless we lose time on and an event like inflation or some kind of unknown news or something unexpected to hit the tape. I know that we do have inflation here on Friday, and then we have a potential government shutdown. So you do your 1. This is your 2. This is your 3, 4, and 5, and then you get, maybe partial government closure. Now you're sweeping on Monday, Tuesday of next week. You take out that prior fucking high finally 1 week later. Normally, if you're going to get this sweep lower, it's on Wednesday by 1:30 in the afternoon. Okay, 1:30. So if you miss sweeping this low, it'll normally happen no later than Wednesday at about 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon. We'll drive straight the fuck down. If we don't, they're going to go up here. And there's one more thing I want to show you, which is what I showed you earlier, and it's this candle right here. This candle right here makes me wonder if we're not going to do that sweep today. That they're telling you right away with this price action. Nobody, we're going to do the 1, 2, 3 up, and then we'll do the correction down, or the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the correction down next week. So I do want you. That's at 2 p.m. right in time. Just make sure I get this right. Hold on here. Is it almost that time? Yeah, we get FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. Nope, I got the wrong dates again. We get the, hold on. Sorry, I got to change the stars here. Excuse me for just a minute here. We get monthly budget statement at 2 p.m. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. we get existing home sales. We already know that's dog shit. That's already priced in. At 1 p.m. tomorrow we get a bunch of bond auctions. Those are usually bad. 30-year, 15-year rate. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, some negativity tomorrow. Then we get the inflation rate on Friday. So let's take a peek here. Let's go. Wait a minute. I got a bunch of stuff going on. So let's take a peek here. We'll get rid of that little dotted thing over there. Remove that. So we get monthly budget statement at 2. Some volatility to try to get a low. And then tomorrow morning, wait a minute, where's Thursday? Thursday at 10 a.m. we get existing home sales. Yeah, we'll do, we'll do 30 minutes, excuse me. Friday at 8:30. We get the inflation print. Yes, that's all 8:32. We got nothing until Tuesday. ADP employment change weekly. Building permits on Wednesday. Housing starts. Next week is all Vixpiration stuff. But we have 3 events. So we got one here, one here, one here, and Friday. We're going to look here at... Where the fuck is it? There it is. Nope. Thought that would show up. Let's take a peek right here and just see where we are. God, we're so long in the tooth here. Weekly looks, it's declining. Some divergence in price in weekly. This is to be expected in this time of year. Daily velocity on a daily basis looks pretty good. You can see it right here. This doesn't look bad at all. The weekly divergence will matter. We already expect that, though, for seasonal weakness. On a 30-minute basis, the 15-minute looks fine. The half an hour looks fine. We do have some weakness in here, though. Do you see this? Weakness in hourly velocity. We don't have too many examples except for right here. Right there. And we're kind of in the same place. Let's look and see what that looks like. So do you see what I'm saying here? You see this right here? This price action looks right. And this is the price action I'm thinking. Grind, 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 and then the dump to come back to sweep lows. Make sense? It looks, and our velo is mostly in the same place. So it looks something like this, right? Grind, grind, grind. You can see it here. Grind, right? Grind, 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 and then the sweep lower. Something like that. Whether that's here and up, whether that's down here and up, I don't know. This reversal ticker seems to be saying the same thing. Here's the weekly sweep. Look at this daily right here. See this right here? We don't want to come back to this. We do not want to see, just like yesterday, we do not want to see 692.24. That would open a door to go lower. This is your daily low. Boy, this is just begging for a sweep, man. This thing is all primed up for. This thing is. I mean, you can see. You can see they just want to fucking. They want to shank the fuck out of that, right? Wham. Wham. You can see it clear as day. That's what they want. They've been very successful doing this too, right? Let's see one right here. That's. Whoop. There's one. Whoop. On there. There's two, there's three, there's four, but there's a W here. What's going on? What the fuck is going on with my mouse? I just cleaned my desk personally. I didn't even have the lady do it. All right, hold on. I want you to look at this one right here. You got this high right here. This one right here. This is a new low. That's bad. You got this pump right here, and we failed to get the new high. So if you're looking at this from this perspective, we did get this low. The idea would be that we must do this, right? There's your cup and handle. Kind of need this, don't we? Kind of can't give this up, can we? The bulls need to get the new high. Even if we have the correction later on. We have the reversal candle here. There's big sell right there. And there's some danger in here. Do you see that? A little bit of danger right here. This is the 4 hour right here. That's dangerous. There's the halfback trade. I don't think that one matters at all. You'd take all that shit. Let's go over here and look. Let's look at this closely here. So that 4 hour really quick. They bought this right here. They bought this. They swept it down. This candle's been taken. You see that? See that candle right there? So this was sent up. That was sent down. This was sent up. And that was sent down. Let me look at this for a minute. I'm pretty bared up on this real quick. Up. Man, that's a bad candle right there. That's a bad one. I think it was Goliath that said he didn't like this. I don't like that either, Goliath. I don't like that low there. I mean, it's still holding, but I don't like it. It erased this entire candle. Opening the doors lower here. Well, let's turn this shit off. Who said that earlier? I missed it earlier, but so you can see it right here. This is the 4 hour candle. This is right here. What time is it right now? 2:01 already. So you can kind of see right here. They bought this up. They sent it down. And right here, let me just check this candle. Is this 1 p.m. or 1:30? Oh, this is fine. This is okay. Scratch that. This is actually fine. Because this is 1:30 right here. This is the actual 4 hour candle. So the candle is right here. This is fine. You have not taken out 80% of the prior. Not at all. So this is fine. This is actually good. I was a little sketched out there on this candle. I got the time wrong. No, we don't need that. Just need this. There we go. We don't need to know any of this. I'm yawning. We do need to know about that right there. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? This one right here and then this one right here? Just hang tight here, guys. There's the big boy. Stop. All right, fuck it. I have a mind to say that this is lower. This is lower, like right here. We'll remove that here in just a minute. I just need to look at it for a minute. $690. That's the worst. You want to go right here above there. That's a big one. This is 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday. We have a 20-year bond auction right here. 20-year bond auction. It's like sweep lower, potentially up, down, up, down, up, down, bond auction. Back down again, doom and gloom. And then you've got on Friday, you've got the setup for, you get the bond auction here, and then you get the setup for the inflation print on Friday. Come, dude, what the fuck is going on? So you got some doom in here. You got some up and down for the for 20-year bond auction. Oh my God, it's too late. Oh my God, we got inflation print. Back up again for Friday. This is your 1, your 2, 3 for Monday, 2, 4, 5 on Tuesday, or what? Do you see the larger trade here? There's like a larger, like 1. Here's your Friday doom. There's your thing right there. This is weekend or whatever. Monday, Tuesday. That's 1, 2, 3. Don't care about the 5, or if they squeeze you up into Monday. There's a little mini one in here. Does not matter if it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on how you count it. There's a correction in here. Go back and look right here. This is 1600. There's your equal legs right here too. There's no requirement that we go down here. None. That's why it's dotted. So if we're going to complete this leg up here, if the way is not lower and it's to do this right here, straight up, the only thing that you're looking for is this prior high. If we break above it, you would jump back on it right here and then take that leg right there. If that makes any sense. If it doesn't, don't worry too much about it. This is the new 4-hour candle right here. So you're kind of looking for a bottom in this. This is the prior 4-hour candle right here. New 4-hour candle right here. Looks like they're stepping in. No new lows. Let's go higher, 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 higher. I'm going to draw this in. If you're going to get long, you have to see this first pump right here. You need to see this first pump. We'll walk it across. You need to see this pump. If you see this pump, we can talk about getting long. If no pump, so I'm only going to leave this here for you to watch, okay? If no pump, we'll fade all the way down here. And this is where you'd expect them to be, right in here. Right about there. Right there, right where the trade started. Or the trade started here, but they'll come back. The assumption would be that they start here, that they're going to be right about here. Smart money. Somewhere lower over here. We may get the flush, we may not. If we don't get the flush, if we do not get the flush down here to go long, you are looking for the pump to then get long. There is some good news on your side. The half-an-hour trigger is not crossed to the downside yet. So we just got to watch for this. There's not much to do here. Oh, I apologize. If you want to know, all right, wait a minute. Hold on here. If you want to know what my expectation is from here, it's up. Big fat up. Okay. The only thing that matters now, is it here or is it here? It's the only thing that's left at this point. Now, it's early in the day. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. Normally, I don't look at this stuff until 3. So we have to still wait. We're waiting for time, basically. This shouldn't be all the way over here, but I'm giving you worst case, like the window for these bears to do this is all the way over here. So it's a little early in the daytime. If you want like a midday, like, hey, what's the midday outlook like? Look like it's just like this. You see the bat wing here? Right, there's a big bat wing right here. You want to see the big bat wing over here, right there. Get the new one. Start talking about continuation. Let's watch this closely here. And this could end underneath. I'll draw it right there, but you really want to see it go all the way up here. We want to see if we can get up here to 694. Pentagon prepares second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. Trump raises pressure on Iran to make nuclear deals soon. There goes the squeeze. Get out before you hit the white line right here. See that right there? You get out get out at 693.73. Don't FOMO this 694. On topic of Iran and the U.S., the U.S. is without a doubt. They say like U.S. putting pressure. That's not true. It's like a buildup that takes time, so they're not ready yet. I was in the military. They're not ready to do anything with Iran yet. Soon, but not quite yet there. Watch the equal legs. Oh, yeah. So what's the time scale thing? What can't you see on? Oh, I see what you're saying now. Somebody mentioned this last night. I gotcha. I couldn't see that. I'll look right now. Someone asked me, and I responded in a DM last night about it. I couldn't figure out what they meant. I got what you're saying now. I got what you're saying. You mean like this right here? I got what you're saying. Is that better? Is that what's been bugging the fuck out of you all? I've seen conversations about this, and I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I got it. I get it. I tried to put a clock on there, but it didn't work for me. I tried a bunch of different clocks. It didn't work. Dude, I don't look like this, and I don't look like this in real life. I don't know why I look like this in this fucking show. I got to change my camera angle. Sorry, I've got the screen really big right now. I can see myself. I need to change this fucking camera. Huh? Oh, you want to see a watermark? Okay. I fucking hate the watermark. You want to see the watermark? Okay. Hold on here. We got a minute. We can do this right now. Where the fuck is the watermark? I haven't used the watermark in a minute. There it is. Nope. There we go. I don't think it matters, though. That watermark looks like shit. Wait a minute. Hold on here. Hold on here. Give me a second here. Oh, yeah. Let's see if that works. Let me see if I can reset this one here. I don't see no watermark. You fucking pricks want me to do 2 watermarks on every fucking layout? Bastards. Like, why is he yelling at his community? These motherfuckers will make me walk off the fucking plank if they could. These guys want me to go on the plank like once a month. Fucking pulling out their muskets and shit. Hold on, let me check this one. Why? I don't know why this one's not working. Fuck is I gotta do this in every goddamn fucking. Well, you guys are asking a fuck ton of me. You guys can't even see that shit. Oh my god. Oh. Is that better? No, I'm talking about layouts. Hold on a second here. Fucking Christ, they want a fucking watermark. Oh my god. It just looks cool, bro. Fucking hate the watermark. It's so stupid. All right, whatever. I'm quiet. Fucking boomer. God, I'm a goddamn boomer. I felt like a fucking boomer this week. I really did. I honest to fucking God felt like a boomer this week. So you can see that there. I did. I felt like a fucking boomer. Like I got like I went into my like last night I went into my daughter's fucking Discord. Oh man. I was like, that's a fucking man. I was like, this motherfucker's gonna have to get his ID checked. He's gonna get kicked out of this fucking Discord. Can't wait. There's the first target right there, just so you can see it. Hit it. Might get one more pull up higher here. We'll get rid of this one. Don't need to see that slop anymore. S&P 500 ETF trust. There's a whole bunch. I should talk about some of this stuff one day, like facts about the S&P 500 or little cool details about it. I don't do that anymore. I used to talk about like the little things about S&P 500. I should go look up my factoids again. There's like a whole bunch of cool shit about S&P 500 and like different, like what is ES, like what is SPX, what is SPY, how and why do they matter? Not just the tax treatments and all that kind of stuff, and the history of them, why they were invented, that kind of stuff. Like, well, like that probably ties into like what is futures, what's a share, what's a stock, that kind of stuff. I should probably spend some time on that. Fucking my beloved S&P 500. Oh yes. Die, Ford. Die, die, die. Fucking Ford stays up. Spy blasts down. Cap sells calls against Ford. Goes long. Fucking spy. Which way are we going? Yeah, get back up there. Come on up there. Selling some Ford calls. Who wants them? They gave me like fucking 3 opportunities. Yesterday after the bell, I was gonna sell Ford. Then in the pre-market this morning, I was so fucking busy I couldn't sell that high. And then I got 2 more opportunities in the beginning of the morning, and I was like, these fucks gave me 4 opportunities to sell calls. No, to sell out or sell calls, one or the other. So I was like, we'll sell some calls. We'll hold on to Ford into fucking March. I'll just make a couple $100 on selling some short dated calls. What's going on, C? Good to see you, brother. And they gave like 20 fucking opportunities to get out of Ford today. I'm kind of liking Ford, I'll be honest. I can't say that I don't like it. It's an easy fucking slow mover. It's slow as fucking molasses. It's been a nice little like I don't have to do too much. I can dick around when the time calls for it. Kind of like Ford. I haven't traded Ford in fucking years. Remember the last time I traded Ford, they gave it to me. I opened my first Robinhood account and they gave me like Ford stock for like $2 or something. A bunch of it, like 5 shares or something. That was ingenious, by the way. Looking back on it, I remember when they gave it to me, I was like, this is piece of shit Ford stock. It's like, fuck Ford. And what they did was they gave it to like so many fucking retailers. Like printed hard and heavy. Anyone remember that shit? Yeah, they were doing some kinky shit, right? Those guys. It's fascinating to see that she got out of prison too. Like fucking financial crimes, man. Those fucking things pay. like if I just stole $7 billion, I just got out of jail too, or prison. I guess there's a difference between jail and prison. I've been told. Yeah, it was a random stock giveaway. I remember signing up for my first Robinhood account. And they were like, "Sign up, we'll give you 5 shares of Ford." And I think I dumped them immediately. It's like, thanks for the shares. Fuck Ford. I should have bought it all. Ford's outperformed since then. I think that was the bottom for Ford too. You okay? Everything all right? You okay? Do we have oh shit, do we have the thing tonight? Do we have the wake? It's tomorrow. What time is it at tomorrow? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, it's Valentine's Day dance too. When's the Valentine's Day dance? So it's her birthday, Valentine's Day, and then a funeral for her best friend's dad. That's a fucking busy week. Um, is it is it okay, so I'm cool for tomorrow. They don't have to see me in a suit either, do they? People on the show don't need to see me wearing a fucking suit on the show. I was like, do I have to put a suit on before I leave early enough? But you're saying I have enough time to go? Okay. Nobody cares about dads, man. Nobody gives a fuck.
Make sure you got the money, honey.
Even in death, dude. You women are savages.
Show me the money.
You guys really like this trust thing here? You guys are going to do this maybe on something else, like the S&P 500 trust? I can do a different layout if you want. Just this layout, I will do no S&P 500 trust on it. That's annoying as fuck. Yeah, I'm with you, Red Beast. I used to like having it on like charts and stuff, and then I did a kind of a cool one for Trade the Trigger. I can understand people want it to identify what we're talking about. What I could do is I could remove it from this one. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that right there. You come up here. Come right up here and wham. Fuck you. Surprise, motherfucker. We got a little bit of Samuel L. Jackson up here. Who's watching this show right now? What the fuck is that? You bunch of savages. I think I'm going to take it off this chart right here. Not the other one. The one down below, I'll leave it on. What I'll do is, how about this? What I'm going to do is, this. You guys all know this is SPY at this point, right? So what I'll do is, I'll leave it on the charts down below. And I'll make another layout for like, I don't know. Maybe I'll go through and start deleting some of these fucking things I've got, these layouts, and I'll do like a stock chart layout so that when I'm talking about a stock, it shows on there. That'll work, right? I just won't keep it on here. Maybe I just need something that says SPY on it. If I don't forget this, I'll just do something that says SPY. Does that work? I know it looks like shit, but I really don't give a fuck how clean it looks. Oh, it looks good though, bro. I sound educated. The layout looks gorgeous. It'll totally sell subscriptions. I'm like, nope, fuck that. We ain't selling shit around here. We're making this shit look as ghetto as fuck. Ghetto plage. Way you want to keep it. Nice back test here. We might get one more down. Oh, that's two downs. You got 1, 2 downs. Look for another leg higher right now. $2:30 in the afternoon. The prior high is right here. We missed it by a C here. Back here. So maybe one more high and then a roll. You want to see like one more up here and then some kind of a roll. You're looking for 693.99. Basically, you want to be above $94. Matter of fact, let's draw in 95. Just leave that right up there for you. That's the 1 hour. There's one more target up here. It's like right here. There's like one more before they send it down. Right there. Where we missed it by a few pennies. You want to see that? You want to see that high get hit? This one right here. You want to see that 93 get taken out right there. Need to take this out right here. And then I don't give a fuck what happens thereafter. Notice how we missed it by just a few pennies right here. 693.96, we missed it by 4 pennies. You need to go back up there and take it out. Then we can do a small correction. I got all the bells and whistles. My stream looks awesome. Look at how cool my stream is. Ah, fuck. There goes Ford coming back again. God damn it, Ford. What are you doing? Meta coming back. XLF looking bullish. Shopify coming back. AIG coming back. We were in a rotation in financials earlier. We're back out of the rotation in financials to go long. RR looking like it wants to get bought. They got one more down move on RR. Excuse me on that. I would like to see RR go back down one more time, close the gap, and then up again. DJT keeps trying to, you guys know you guys know that I'm a Democrat, right? But still, DJT is looking good for another dip buy. They've got equal legs and a low down here. They've been a big topic of conversation out there, so just know they've been in the news recently. Pack's still pumping along. Curb, keep an eye on Curb. They're coming into the high on January 20th. They keep getting being bought down there. They're just kind of consolidating right now. XLP putting in a new high at 88.71. XLU putting in another high on the day. I kind of like Rocket Lab here. They left behind a little bit of garbage at 65. This fucking thing's followed it exactly. Man, Rocket Lab can still die down here too. Like Rocket Lab's in this like fucked up place. There's a lot of the stock market is here where there's like indecision to go up or down. Amazon trying to come back too. They're in the same position. Netflix being a piece of shit right now. AMD coming back again. Man, AMD looking fucking juicy into Friday. AMD looking very fucking juicy. Upside to trade 230, 235, 240. AMD looking bullish as all fuck right now. Keep an eye on FLNC. Maybe not. Scratch that. FLNC needs to go down and do some cleanup down there in aisle 7. Oh, I want to buy Snap right now. I might buy Snap right now. How much is that shit right now? How much is that piece of shit stock? I'm going to buy some Snap. Where's fucking Snap down there? I've been saying I was going to buy Snap for days. Yep, I'm buying fucking Snap. Fuck on out of here. Only one share. Let me just look at this Snap really quick before I just fucking haphazardly go in there and buy some fucking shitco like Snap. Damn fucking punk ass kid stock. Let me just look at it down here. Look at it. Let me just look at this really quick. Fucking piece of shit. Oh my god, look at it. It's fucking belly's hanging out. Disgusting. Oh, equal legs though. Look at that. Woo! Equal legs from 2019. I can't say fucking no. We're gonna start accumulating fucking. Where the fuck is Snap? I don't give a fuck. It's gonna take time. We're gonna buy this shit slowly. Give me some Snap. Give me some fucking Snap. Just want one share. Wish I could do 100 right now. No, we're not doing 100. Shares, buy order, view order. What's the price right now? 506. Let's go. 506. Goddamn right. There we go. Oh yeah, I purchased one Snap share. You're gonna thank me. Promise you, you're gonna thank me that I bought that share. Bought a share of Snap. It could go lower, but I really don't give a fuck. It's gonna sit down here for probably 6 months. Snap's gonna be my piece of shit that I talk about for the next 6 months. Shit's probably gonna trade like fucking 250. I don't care though. $5 for Snap, let's do it. I've heard every fucking excuse in the world why Snap sucks. I'll tell you something, that shit is accumulation and distribution. I was reading a fucking diatribe about Snap, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, I get fundamentals. I'll tell you something about fundamentals. Keep it simple. Keep your fucking fundamentals simple. Don't overthink them. Are they in a growth phase or not? Seriously, like, are they in a growth phase or not? Well, no, let's start at the beginning. Are they making something fucking real or not? That's number one. Are they making something real? I don't give a fuck if it's like sand in the desert or it's an application. If something tangible. I don't deal in like, we're promising this and we're promising that and all the hype stuff. Just talking about fundamentals in a stock. Does it have something tangible? Is it in a growth phase or not? That does matter. You could find your shitco down there for decades. That doesn't mean it won't squeeze, though, and pay you from a low price. If they're a functioning fucking member of corporate society, they're going to go up and down those lows, okay? The next thing about fundamentals, it's accumulation and distribution. It's going to go to the lows, it's going to go to the highs, it's going to go to the lows. The biggest thing you have to worry about in stocks, outside of that shit, is fraud. Whether it's legal fraud, actually, I would to some extent call legal fraud worse than illegal fraud. If you look at companies that commit fraud that are crimes, they have websites dedicated to it. Banks commit felonies every fucking year. Multiple. Fraud. The street does not like when you commit it against them. There's a key difference. They cannot stand when they hurt. If you hurt them, they're fucking pissed. That usually involves like a CFO, usually a fucking CFO. Not everybody's selling their shit, their stanks up there. It's usually like a CFO that fucking fudges some information, fails to give an update and guide before an ER, usually. Or you've done something to piss everybody off. I don't care why they're pissing somebody off. It's still different than the fraud. If you piss somebody off, that's usually a buying opportunity. If it's fraud, they're going to take your shit to fucking the start. And they'll start over again with you, especially if it's legal fraud, not the illegal kind. The legal kind, the kind that falls into the slippery kind. That's the shit you got to watch out for. They will take your shit down to fucking goddamn start of the whole thing. But other than that, you don't need to know too much about stocks. I mean, you do, but you don't. Like, the rest of it's kind of like a soap opera. Oh, they did this, and they did that, and they did this, and they did that, and they did this. They're all used for accumulation and distribution, in my view. We accumulated it. We got some bad news. Let's sell it. Accumulated. We got some good news. Let's sell it. And I think at $5 for Snap, I don't think Snap's going to like 30 cents. If it goes for $1, I'll buy the fuck ton of it. I'll buy thousands of shares. But for like $5, yeah, I'm fine with it. It's not something that I'm looking to print right now. It's not something that I think is going to move. I think it's going to sit down there for a while. And if it squeezes at some point, I'll sell and I'll take the money and run. If it goes down to like 0 or something like that, there's your correction right there. See if anything hit the fucking tape. What's this? Apple hits snag with long delayed attempt to launch new Siri. Shit, I should have bought that. If you want a buying opportunity, that's it right there. There's your buying opportunity. There's your sweep of the lows. Buy, buy, buy. Buy them fast. Buy them fast. Buy, buy, buy. Trust me. Buy, 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 buy. That ain't staying. That ain't gonna be real. That ain't real. Yeah, you got to be quick buying those dips. I fucking love these dips. They print so much money. I'm funny. There's no news in the wire. They need Claude, bro. Nah, Apple's not too bad off from that. They're still in their fucking same place. They haven't gone nowhere. So McDonald's does expect big moves. Let me look at it. I always expected McDonald's to move after. That was my recollection is McDonald's. I've owned McDonald's in the past. I've never known McDonald's to move heavy on their ERs. I could be wrong as fuck though. Let me look at McDonald's. I don't think so, man. I don't know. It is on their let me check their ERs really quick. I don't know. They got a big move here. What is it? This is in the hold on, let me just their earnings went up there. Let me see McDonald's here. Hang tight, guys. Hang tight, guys. I'm here. Hold on. McDonald's is about to report earnings. Consensus 305. Give me a second here, guys. I'm looking at McDonald's. The fuck is option? There we go. They're only expecting 5.3. Do you want to look at McDonald's really quick? Let's look at McDonald's. Can I want to do this. Why is that not working? Why is this layout not showing McD on? Fuck is going on here? Well, let's do this one right here. I want to show the cool graphic. Oh, there's McDonald's Corporation. All right, let's take a look right here. This is McDonald's Corporation. Okay. McDonald's Corporation. I can't fucking do this, guys. I can't fucking do it. I ain't doing it. I ain't fucking doing it. Fuck no. It's in the way. Okay. Here's McDonald's. Let's look at a few things here. McDonald's. They're a little long in the tooth. I'll say that right away. You can just see it here on the daily velocity. You can kind of see it right there. You could say it's waiting for a squeeze here. You could theoretically say, oh, we're going to get a pop up here on velocity and then a down. That would be the only argument I could see, but that's looking a little long in the tooth. There is good accumulation down here. That's good to see. On a 30-minute basis on McDonald's. Can I change the opacity? Possibly. I'll look at it more tonight. The velocity right here, we're a little long in the tooth again. On daily velocity, this is not good. We can look at it right here. We'll look at this one, this prior example. See if there's anything to be seen or gleaned here. I mean, this right here has got us as one more pump then down. If you want something on your side right now, this is saying pump up and then the drop, and we're in that same consolidation right now. So if you wanted to say, hey, there's one more pop left in McDonald's, potentially. You do have, of course, the dragon. There's the tail. There's the tail. There's the leg. There's the other leg. This is the neck. When I'm looking at this right here, just looking at it, you can see the low right here and the low right here. You got a gap down below that needs closed. You're not on the daily trigger. You're underneath the hourly trigger. That all screams you want to be buying the daily down here. Another thing we want to look at here would be where have been the best buying opportunities on McDonald's? Here, 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 here. So down here somewhere. We're not down there right now. It's a little high. Like, so if you wanted to buy Apple, it's probably down here. Makes sense? Seems to have worked a bunch. One there, one there, One there, one there. You got the W, nice fat W right there. I can't say that you won't get a nice trade here or it won't squeeze. There's potential here for like, there is potential for a pop and drop. Very small. I don't like it. I think someone else said it was they're not expected to have a big move. I see 3.5% right now. I see 3.9% on March 6th. That's not a hell of a lot either. I'm with who said that above? I don't know who said that. Demigod said that. So I'm with Demigod, and there's not a bunch expected here. What else do we want to look at here on a daily basis? Let's look at what's been going on with McDonald's. It's just up show, up show, up show, up show. So you probably want to look on a smaller frame here. We probably want to look at a smaller frame here. Got the prior high right here. I don't know what the fuck that is. So let's look at it from this perspective. You got the prior high, right? The prior high, this is 1. That looks complete to me. That's your 1. I don't care if it pops, it's still coming down. The bigger question is, where does it come down? Probably here or down here. They can go all the way down to 280. But your first move is done. It's theoretically done. Because all you needed to do here was get the 1. So yeah, you got a potential for a pop. But I would be selling calls on it personally. Or it's going to come straight down here. You are slightly above this right here. Probably why bulls are hoping for the squeeze higher. There's just no requirement for it. There's no second high on this. So you need this high and then a second high. Let's say you're going to break above 322. So I don't like the setup at all right now. I think that either more work needs to be done, like that needs to go up, and then this needs to hold, and then a new high in here somewhere to take the long. I don't like it right now for that. And I also see in the larger frame that this shit can come straight down. There's no problem with this coming down. This is your low right there. Right there. So even if you were gonna retrace this, I don't know what 3.5% is. That's 6%. So they're I'll tell you this. I'll say that McDonald's downside move is likely not priced in. But I think that's very viable. Does it have to happen? No, but it's viable. If you wanted to kill like options, yeah, fuck yeah. I like that trade a lot better. Something like that, you know. Let's look at this. Let's get rid of all this again. Let's look at some bigger candles here. Look at how big that sweep is down there. Woo. We're not even going to look at that. I don't think we're going that far, but that's a doozy. On a week. On a smaller frame. This is it right here. This is your prior high. There's your new high. We just need to hold in here. Remember, this is opportunities to buy the dip. Let's see what this is right here. There's your 3% right about there, 3.9. So your expected down move right here, 3.9%. Kind of dribble around. This 3.9 after on March 6th. Let's do it like this. I don't know why it's not showing there. Anyways, that's March 2nd. That's because it's the week. Damn it. Try that again. These are bullshit buyers. These are bullshit buyers. So who your real buyers are right in here. You got your new high right here. They're calling this 1, 2, 3. I think you can easily come down here. Back up here, then down, and then up. You're still fine in here. No, I'm not saying, of course, I've told you this before. I don't think that. I also want you to remember something else, which is, okay, so I think I formed an opinion here. I think it's very viable that you can squeeze up, but that any squeeze up will be sold. And then I'm also looking at this from the perspective of what this ticker has done for the month. I want you to think about this is the first. So I want you to think about it like this. You pop it up. Maybe you get one more thing, then down, and then back up right here. So let me look at from this perspective right here. It's the beginning of the month. This is the new month flows. So you're buying, must make some money. I'll even do it like this. Go on here. Close the gap right there. Where's the 18th? It's Friday the 20th. Just like that. Fucking goddamn fucking watermark. Fucking watermark. Fucking Donald's. Now they want the fucking watermark to be fucking not so bold. There is your sexy fucking shit right there. Yeah, it's a nice one, isn't it? That fucking thing looks great. I think that's about right. It looks like somewhere in there. Let's go look at spoos really quick. Trigger screen. Just look at SPY really quick. We knew about this one right here. Knew about that rip. We knew about that rip. We did fail to get the new high. So a note here. This is your prior high right here, your equal leg. Failed to get the new leg. Fail right here. Fail failed to get the new leg here. Sent packing. Nice reversal here. Buy all that shit. The idea that this failed right here, you want to be looking back somewhere down here. If not down here. And not only that, but see this daily right here? This daily, just look at this with me real quick. See this, like you're expecting, well, you got buyers right here. You could theoretically say this is it. You could say that's it right there. If price does not hold right here, if price does not create a new high right here, I'll set this up again for you. Ready? So watch this closely. This is kind of garbage right here. This is a garbage setup, but you're expecting buyers to be right here. You want to see something like this. And I don't even know, just that right there. But the greater point I'm trying to make is if you don't start seeing the buyers step in here, the path is down here. Into the close. And you could even say something like that as potential. 690, back to 690 again. We're not there yet, so there's no reason to be looking at it just yet. And that's the racing all this stuff down here. That's where these buyers are from this morning. So don't do anything right now. If you're already long, just stay long. We don't know what this is going to be. This is kind of like messy right here. Even if we sweep lower, direction is still up. So you can see in a smaller frame. Like we're watching a 1 minute window here. This is still up. We're watching like a 1 minute fucking freak chart over here, right, on our stream. But this is all open. If this fails, it's not clean in here. It's kind of messy. And this failure right here is not good. You wanted to see this new high, break this prior high. I would expect that this would hold and we'd up. But this is bad. Be very careful in here, and you're already failing it right now. Do you see it? The failure is already taking place. There's some bears in here trying to get down deeper. And this one right here, if they can get down here, if we can get down here like that, it opens the door to those new lows down there. Be careful right here. Be careful. 1 and 5 minute trigger cross. If that were to happen, the downside would look like this. You get a new low right here. And then a new low down in here. This is going to be a bumpy ride down here, but they're not going to let this go that easy. There are buyers here. They're not going to let this go that easy. It's going to be if you're, don't try to sell this with puts. It's going to be a difficult road. It's going to be a difficult road down there. I'm assuming that's why they blasted this down in that bullshit Apple news. Okay, that's McDonald's. Let's look at what else is reporting today. AppLovin, Cisco. I'll go through these quietly in the background. I'll see if I can pick anything out of this that looks like AIG. I'm just gonna do like you. I tried this yesterday. It kind of worked out. I'm just gonna fly through reports on the end of the day and tomorrow morning behind the scenes and just see if there's anything that looks Yeah, this is bad right here. That ain't happening. So you can't take a long off that pump. So this is the more apparent one right now. So we've got, after the close, we've got Apple Oven. Oh, God, it says Apple Oven on it. I like Apple Oven. We'll look at this one. I like Apple Oven. Right off the gate. Cisco. Let me get through them all first and see if I got a better favorite. Oh, Christ, man. Cisco, really? Holy fucking A, Chris Cisco. Cisco just fucking rips faces up. I'm not going to deal with that one right now. ALB. Jesus. That's a beautiful fucking stock right there, man. I'm kind of bullish on this one to catch the new high at 240 today and then a big roll. Check out your own check out Albemarle on your own ticker symbol ALB. There's a lot of shit that can go on with this ticker. I like the idea of this ticker. It's got a lot of violence and volatility going on in it right now. ALB, I could write a story about wherever this thing is and what it's going to do. It's got another leg to finish on the upside. It's going to complete a beautiful fucking cup, come back down for a handle. It's got a fuck ton of velocity on it. I mean, a fuck ton. QS. Ooh, you know what? Have a look see at QS versus have a look see at ALB versus QS. That should tell you all you need to know. Not all you need to know, but keep an eye on QuantumScape. If QuantumScape can swoop down, right, and trade like $4 or $5, it's a buy. QuantumScape had a fucking monster move from $3 to $19. Whew. If QuantumScape can, even if it squeezes, if it can get back down and just close the gap at $5, I like the idea of that for a long. QS, it's almost ready, so it's like almost there. You know how people tell you things after? I always want to be knowing these things before. You're like, oh my God, look, it made this huge move. It's going to keep going. Be like, it's always good to see tickers like this. Like, you want to be before so that you can get there and take along. So that you can be the guy that posts that shit after you made all the money. QuantumScape, like it. I like more down on it, even if it squeezes. Start setting some alerts to like fucking $5 or so. Hubs. I think Apple Oven is my favorite right now. Ooh, I don't know. Hubs might be my second favorite. So far, first favorite app. Second favorite, HUBS. That thing's ready to fucking long too. It's been cratering and cratering and cratering. It never quite closed its 2022 trade. That's $97. It's currently trading $211. I don't know. Forget Hubs. Hubs is going to clean out all that shit. Hubs, I'm bearish. Hubs, I want to see that fucker down at $90. Fuck Hubs. Fuck Nova. Hubs and Nova are getting together. Hubs wants more down. Ooh. Man, some of these tickers look great. like, keep an eye on Aurora, AUR. If this fucker can get down to like $3, man, it's ready to rock and roll to the upside too. This one's pretty fucking juicy. Maybe not. Aurora probably has to do some kind of like, he'll do a squeeze maybe. I don't know if I like Aurora. I kind of like it for today, but I like the idea of it going lower. How about this? In the meantime, I kind of like Aurora. I do think they're going to complete a larger correction, though. You know what? I like Aurora. Any low you can get on Aurora, I say take it. I can see what it's trying to do here, but I can see the arguments for like, I just don't know if I believe it. Just look at this. Saying the low is going to be in June. We can argue both. There's a lot of arguments for Aurora right now. It's a shitco, so it could go to $1.50. Maybe $2.50. I'm going to pass on Aurora. CRK. Comstock. I like this one too. Man, that's a fucking sweet ticker. Comstock is weird too. It's got like, it's done 1, 2, 3, theoretically 4 waves already. But I can't tell if it's in a second correction. It's a hard one. Let me just see if there's anything easier. Fastly, I could spend like fucking 4 hours on these tickers. Looking at these tickers. Fastly. God, they gotta close a fucking gap too. Fastly has to close a fucking gap. That's good. That's 1. There's 2. All right, Fastly maybe. All right, that's a close second. MSI. Ooh. TYL. What the fuck happened to Tyler? You know, we'll start with this one. Okay, there's a few things we got to look at here. There are a bunch tickers like almost ready. So we're gonna use Tyler as the example. So this is Tyler Technologies. I don't know a fucking thing about this company. I'll be honest with you guys, don't know a thing. But look at this fucking thing. They're coming. They pumped up here, pumped down here. This is their 2020 low down here. They never quite got there. But just as an example, like, you should be watching this company. Like, this fucking company right here could easily squeeze up and then down, but it's looking for another. It's looking to get rolling again in here. This company makes big down moves, and then it's like accumulation up. That doesn't mean you have to like pull the trigger today, but there's a bunch of these companies I just talked about that are looking like this. Like, they're ready. Like, if you can catch a down move, like there's 200 right there. There's $80. Like, this fucking thing is going to start turning up. So keep an eye on Tyler Technology. There's a bunch of other ones. The ones that I like, though, my least favorite, I'm going to give you a top 3. Here's my least favorite. Yeah, Fastly. Oh, I missed the A. So Fastly, let's take a peek as to why I like this one. Check this shit out. This is Fastly, right? They got the low, and the low. That was a huge move higher. Huge. It was a huge move higher. And I mean, it might be in like a shitco or whatever at this point. I remember Fastly. But they did beat their prior high right here. They did beat their prior high. The monthly is turning sideways. So my third favorite stonk. Let me just go up here so you can see it. There goes Spoos. So you can see it. Whoop. Almost near perfect tag. This D opens up the door to more downside. Don't need that anymore. Remember, I got us all the way down here at 690. So keep your eye on the 690. Right down there. Can't do it on the upside. You're going to go all the way down to the downside. So that was Fastly. So let's go back to Fastly really quick. So Fastly is my third favorite. I like where it is. Bottom of the fucking barrel. It's $9. You got a giant gap up here to close. I love that trade. Even if it takes time for it to turn up. I like the idea of this stock turning up. So if you want to get long Fastly, I like it. It's cheap as fuck. It's $5, $9 right now. You hit a low over here of 471 up. Fastly, number 3 best pick. MSI. We're going to look at MSI next. This is Motorola Corp. Motorola Corp. What I really like about this one is that it's held. There's a few things here. So it just completed a double correction, 1, 2, and 3. Can be an argument made. Hey, I need that. Why? No, my Bluetooth is not on. Stop. Okay, sorry. I got like kids at me and people. All right, so right here, I want you to watch this double correction, but I want you to watch this right here. If we're able to go up and then down for another clean, like rotor-rootering down here. But this is my number 2 because of how strong it is. And a nice little bull flag. Nice, beautiful little bull flag right there. You got a prior high and a prior high right here. I do like the idea of this one, even if it's going to go down here. I like the idea of this one. Trading this right here, and maybe just a failure to come back down here. So MSI, I like this one, this Motorola. Probably not a lot of people paying attention to this, and not a lot of calls in here. To try to, like, you know, fuck you on the trade and then up. But I do want you to be aware of that. I do want you to be aware that there is the potential. So if you see this one come down here at all, it'll still do this. It's like MSI, a buy at 376, 380. I do like the continuation, though. They did close the gap here. Sometimes we close gaps with a pullback, so I'll redraw this right now for you. So I'm going to give you like a little bit of doom in here. Close the gap. Hold this right here. And I really like the idea of close that gap. You take that one out right there. I do like the continuation here on this ticker. And I don't even think you need to do this, maybe, but it's their ER. I like the idea of the shoot higher here. Next one. This is my favorite one. APP. This is AppLovin. Why do I like this one? Because of the support down here and because of this bottom right here. not bottom, but the buyers are thought to be. So they started right here, right? Up, down. Smart money's likely right here. And look at how close this fucking thing is. Now, some people are going to tell you that this app here is going to come down here and then do this kind of nonsense, then up. Potential for that cup and handle shit. It's already trading higher. You can kind of see it here. So I'm going to go with app 11. And you got some risk off up here. But I like the idea of app 11 coming up. That's 525. And then sweeping down, break below. And then an up move right here. Some just like this. Right there. It is in a corrective move here, but the squeeze seems appropriate. It's trading 459. Price target 528. There is maybe a trap in here at 500. Right there. But I still like it. Like if you're on a 1 hour, let me just show you how big that is. Big move. It's a nice big move right here. Get a little pumperoonie. End of the month. Right in there is where you started the month, right in here. February right here. Start of the month right there, and then start sending it back down again for the month of March. If this thing breaks out in a way, it'll be on like Donkey Kong to the upside. I'm giving this as your worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. But I would love to see this stock. Let me just watch this right here. See, these guys are right here. You see them? These fucking guys are right in here. Came in right here. They're buyers. They're buyers right here. So you know you got buyers here. It'd be nice to see, like, if we break out, go up here, close the gap, and there's your cup down here, and then you're off and running to the upside. Now you're a leg, and a leg somewhere in here. Or maybe not even be there. It might be right there. So you see the push higher, and then you're just parked right here. Now you're on this, and you're up and out of here. You're back on your shit island up here. So probably my favorite ticker, probably App 11 Corp. Like to see this one. I'd actually like to see this one get up here. Right there. Rather than start this bigger correction to the downside. It might happen. Look at this right here. $24. Yeah, this thing didn't fucking give up any of its shit either. Look at that big move right there. It's the same fucking move. There's your high. This is the, oh my God, everything is bearish. Oh my God, everything is bearish. And then what it did was it broke out like wham, 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 which is this right here. Wham, 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 wham. And then down again and swooping out of here. So I'm just going to get rid of this. Unless I'm missing something. Same trade. Same trade as this one right here. It's the same fucking trade right here. So you're like wham, 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 then down. Catch another dip buy. That's July and June. You're out of here. Favorite stock right now, App 11. I gotta go take care of something. I'm being asked a bunch of questions. My hang tight 1 second here, guys. I've got being surrounded by kids making demands right now. There's SPY climbing its way back up top again. Watch this one closely. You need this new high right here. Watch this right here because it'll send us lower. We need the pop up here. That would give me the confidence to go long. Watch this closely. I don't see anything on the open tomorrow right now. Nebius, Melco, Brookfield, Crocs, Zebra, Birkenstock, LPG. I don't see anything there. We don't have anything big until Thursday close. Coinbase, Pinterest, Arista, Rivian. We don't have any time to look at those. DraftKings. Didn't they get the shank because of Polymarket? Ooh, Dutch Brothers. Let me get Moderna on Friday open. No new high, trying to roll us down. Do not trust this if you're a bull. Do not trust this. They get another chance, but do not trust it. It's looking like it wants to go lower as of right now. The price action saying lower. Do not trust this. Do not buy this. Not yet. If they can pump it out like this, that's fine, but Do not fuck with this right yet. Do not buy this. Do not buy it. Just be patient. Watch for this break. Still no new high. Still no new high. Do not buy. No buy here. I want to get a flush. Come on down. Come on, get back up there and do it. Move this over. That's a nice dip buy right here. Dude, this fucking thing wants to moon. Sorry. I'm done. Hold on. I'm getting wrangled here. I have a lot of requests going on or whatever. I don't know where Bluetooth is. What's up? There you go. All I want is the tick. Just give me the tick. I'll just draw it the fuck in. It's right there. You get above that orange box and there's a long. This is a risky ass fucking trade right here. I got no long here. If you're trying to take a long here, I don't have it. I mean, I want to take it, but IWM looks better than anything else right now. I don't mind DIA here either. We're back to the same shit. Like SPOOs and Qs could go either way. DIA looks fine. IWM looks fine. Qs and SPOOs look like shit here. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on down. Just like fucking flush them. Just like a quick flush, and then I'll buy the fuck out of that. It's either higher or lower. It's not right here. Or the setup is not good for me. I like smalls here into the close if you had to pick one. Largest MOC into the close here. Jesus, hold on. This is changing quickly here. Hold on. Like right into the fucking bell. Sorry for the long wait here. The MOC is moving fast. Well, there's danger of a sweep lower still. Oh. Oh. Maybe we can catch it at 4:15. Just give it a second here. I'm going to move this just so we can watch it. We don't need to see that line anymore. We've got till 4:15. They can sneak this fucker down for like, they can sneak this fucker down here. There's a buy down there. McDonald's going up right now, trading 328.10 in the after hours. Whew! 329, 331. McDonald's after the bell trading 332.50. I just want to know if it holds. I don't think that it does. I think it comes back down. Trading 332.50. They're looking for 334 and change. Still watching spoos here. A lot of buyers on VLO, Microsoft, GEV, BAC, TXN. Top sells Goog, Apple, AXP, MA, and V. V came in number 5 to sell. And V had a nice, Visa had a really nice setup here. They did pretty well today, actually. I can see the sell on Visa to come back down, sweep the leg, and then go up. Should I buy some call? I only got a few minutes here. Nope. I ain't doing it. It's breaking my rules. I'm wondering if we're gonna fucking fade the nighttime. We're in fucking positive gamma right now. Yeah, we're in positive gamma right now. They could sell fucking futures. They don't have to do shit. We could just open flat tomorrow. We're like sitting right on fucking neutral gamma basically. So they don't have to buy shit right now. They don't have to sell shit. They don't do anything right now. They don't do fuck all in the overnight. Let me check some of these tickers we looked at earlier. Ooh, yeah. App Lovin' squeezed up, traded 485. That was my top pick. It fucking cranked. It went from 458, 485, now trading lower. MSI. Blooding after the bell. 423 down to 405. That's a miss. Fastly trading $11.80. That's a hit. Fastly trading $12 after the bell from a low today of $9.19. Up 25% after the bell right now. The other two are dragging. App went up and cranked it, but now they're down 4. MSI now down 4. I think MSI cranked 2. Nope, they just blooded. App Lovin' cranked, and then they're blooding to the downside. McDonald's up 2% after the bell, currently 2.21. DIA green after the bell. IWM up 0.6. SPY up 0.07. How much are fucking calls? How about Friday or Monday calls? We got just a few minutes here. Oh, we're already going up. There we go. I opened 697 for Friday right in here. I want to see this go up here right now. I want to see like that fucking thing right there. Can you just give me the fucking closing bell, please? God damn it. This means I'm going to be awake at fucking... Ugh. God damn, I got to wait for 9 p.m. The fucking market makes you wait until the fucking last possible fucking minute. All right, I'm leaving. Christ, I gotta sit there for 3 more fucking minutes. I guarantee I'm gonna be watching this shit, all, like, not watching it, but 9 p.m. I need to see that a higher tag, 6 p.m. or 9 p.m. All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. I got a lot of shit going on. I'm being asked a bunch of questions from family. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. There is a potential for one more sweep lower tomorrow. Just let me show you one quick thing. There is potential. We're in like positive gamma right here. There is some potential that like we drag down. Hopefully this gets picked up at 4 a.m. and then 6 p.m. and then 9 a.m. we open right here to go higher. Just note that there's no need for dealers to do anything into this close nor overnight. We're at neutral gamma. They don't need to sell. They don't need to buy. They don't need to do shit. So you kind of need the Euro riches and the Asian riches to come in and start to accumulate the market in the overnight. So pay attention to 9:30 p.m., 2:30 a.m., 4 a.m. I'm assuming that we open kind of flat, but that's what I would do. I would murder the overnight. So if you want to wait, it's now, you got a minute or two. It's 4:13. If you want to wait to buy calls to the open, you fair chance you're going to have a chance for that. Should see a trend day all day long to 1 p.m. tomorrow on the auction, and then the panic freak out on inflation data on Friday.